Welcome into the Steelers Talk live show today. It is our live NFL trade deadline special where we will be live for a number of hours all the way up until 4 p.m. Eastern time today. Breaking down every single trade that happens in the National Football League as we are now just hours away from the NFL trade deadline. According to reports, the Pittsburgh Steelers are working the phones, trying to find some sort of deal for a wide receiver. Unfortunately, they have missed out on maybe their number one target already on the day. We'll get to that here in just a second. Jakobi Meyers has been traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars, so now the Steelers will have to pivot if they want to make a move today. But honestly, guys, if I'm being honest, after signing MVS to the practice squad today with how the team feels about Calvin Austin III and Roman Wilson, I think that the Steelers are certainly open to trading for a wide receiver today, but I also think that they don't feel quote-unquote desperate to make a move, okay? I think that they are willing to get a guy, a veteran player that can help out this group and add another element to this receiver room if it's for the right price. But if it's not for the right price, they're not going to be willing to do it. And for me, guys, I think the Steelers are only going to be willing to make a trade if it means the Steelers only give up a fifth-round pick or less. Remember, last year at the trade deadline, they sent a fifth-round pick in exchange for Mike Williams. I think that their price tag and their price range is a fifth-round pick at the most, down to a seventh-round pick. If they can find a deal for a veteran that they feel helps this offense for that price tag, I think they may do it today, but I don't think that they're going to be willing to give up any of their premium draft assets to add a piece to this wide receiver room today. But we are going to be breaking it all down, everything that happens today right here on Steelers Talk over the next several hours. Let's bring in our producer today. Mr. Ponzi is here. Ponzi, a little bit unfortunate here. Jakobi Meyers, who we were hoping the Steelers were going to be able to add. And, Jacoby's the type of receiver that would have really helped this Pittsburgh Steelers team, right? He's somebody that, is big body, route runner. I think that's exactly the type of guy the Steelers could add. And that's the type of kind of positional kind of skill set that could add something to the Steelers receiver room, because you've got a big body in there in DK Metcalf, but he's got a limited route tree. He's honestly not the best at the catch point. He's more of like a true vertical threat / yak threat. He's awesome. He's a unicorn. I love that DK's here. But your route runners are kind of smaller guys, Calvin Austin III and Roman Wilson, and I think Aaron Rodgers in particular has worked really well with big body, route runner types. And, if the Steelers can get one of those today, I think that would add something to this room, and we'll see if they end up making a move. But they did sign officially Marquez Valdes-Scantling to the practice squad today. The team announced that. By the way, Mike Tomlin just took the podium in Southside Pittsburgh. So, Ponzi, keep an eye on some of those things. See if he says anything from the beat reporter.
I got you. I got my social media all up on my other screen right here. So if anything happens, I got you.
So if Tomlin says anything significant today, feel free to throw up those socials, and we'll talk about the news of the day. But, that's a big question, Ponzi. Do you think the Steelers make a trade today? For me, I think that they could, but I don't think they're necessarily pressing to have to make a move today.
And I think that much along with our, talk about this, of like if they wanted to make a move, they could. But I really think that, maybe they feel like MVS is fine. And I know a lot of Steeler fans will not really like that. But, I'm not too mad that Marquez Valdes-Scantling could be more of a fix. He brings that speed, brings a little bit of, bigger size. But, it's more so is that I think that a lot of Steelers fans were kind of amping themselves up so that they could get Jakobi Meyers. And now that he's officially gone to Jacksonville, I feel a little bit disappointed. But I would not be surprised if Deebo Samuel may be a move that they make.
Yeah, Deebo is somebody that, I think is probably a bigger possibility than some people may think. He's not really a route runner, so he's not going to bring that to the table necessarily. But, like, the Steelers' offense, what you have to realize about this offense is that, it's very quick game heavy. You get the ball out fast, you get the ball out in space, and that's what Deebo does. You get the ball to him out in space. He's a screen threat. He's a yak threat. He's an underneath threat, but he can also win on crossers. He's got good hands. He's a good kick returner as well. So if you want to find a kick return guy, he could possibly do that as well. I could see Deebo being somebody that the Steelers could be interested in. The Commanders, their season's done. They're at 3-6. Jaden Daniels is likely out for the rest of the season with a dislocated elbow. Debo's 29. He's on an expiring contract. It certainly makes some sense that the Pittsburgh Steelers could swoop in there. And I think that if the Commanders could get a 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel, they take that. I think that's they get their pick back that they spent on him this offseason. They spent a 5th-rounder on him. If they can get that 5th-round pick back for him before maybe going through a little bit of a rebuild there in Washington, I think that would be something that makes sense. I think that's in the Steelers' price range. I think he fits the offense. He's a really good run blocker. And he would add something to the Steelers' offense. Even though he wouldn't bring the route running per se, he would bring somebody that you can use on jet sweep motions and on orbit motions, and you could use him in the screen game. And, Arthur Smith can do a lot of creative things with Deebo Samuel if you trade for him today. Another guy to keep in mind, maybe Calvin Ridley. Ridley is a very explosive route runner, so if you're looking for somebody that can create a lot of separation, Ridley is probably your guy at this point. He's also a great vertical threat, very, very fast. At this point, it's still in his career. Now, he doesn't have the best hands in the world, okay? So maybe the development of trust that he would be able to have with Aaron Rodgers, that would be a little bit in question. But, there's been reports out there that the Titans are looking to move Calvin Ridley before the deadline. So it's going to be interesting to see what the Steelers do here. Of course, we'll give you guys updates from Coach Tomlin. And unfortunately, oh my goodness, how sick is Cole Holcomb? We just got an update from Mike Tomlin here that Cole Holcomb is going to be out this week. He's already listed as out with an illness. How sick is he?
He must be like screaming and throwing up.
Yeah, man, it must be really bad.
Well, prayers up for Holcomb. Hopefully, it's not
something
threatening, life-threatening.
But the latest updates here, Mike Tomlin says that Scotty Miller is going to be out as well, still dealing with that finger injury. Honestly, I think if they add a receiver here and whenever they bring MVS onto the active roster, that's when they say goodbye to Scotty Miller. Sayamalo is still nursing the pec injury. He's going to be questionable this week. Jabril Peppers is still battling a quad. And Mike Tomlin confirms Jalen Ramsey will continue to start at safety this week. And, we'll talk about that here in just a second here, Ponzi. But first, we got to give a word to our presenting sponsor here for this year's trade deadline special here on Steelers Talk, which is Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action is even better with Prize Picks this football season. And the weather might be changing outside, but the feeling of being right never gets old. So keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on 2 to 6 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. On Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app today. For this weekend Sunday night football action between the Steelers and Chargers, I'm taking the more on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup on the Prize Picks app today. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, so we are now under 4 hours away from the NFL trade deadline. And obviously the Steelers have not made a trade for a wide receiver at this point. Of course, they already made a trade for Kyle Duggar. That was last week. They traded a late-round pick swap in exchange for Duggar. And obviously that pickup has certainly seemed to work out.
Yeah, I think Kyle Duggar has been a really great addition to this team. I think that he certainly brings a lot of depth. And I think, regarding how the Steelers played defense last week, he was playing a majority of the stats. I think all but one was the official stat that he played. That's for a guy just coming to your team and playing starter snaps, that's impressive, and he played very well. We did not call his name in any bad ways, and I think, this could be a trade that, shapes around this Steelers season might bring a lot more than we initially thought.
Yeah, and what I really like about this new setup at safety for the Steelers, Ponzi, is that you got two really good run-defending safeties in a split-field defense now. Okay, the Steelers really shifted to more of a split-field defense last week against the Colts. And previously, if you know anything about a Mike Tomlin defense, is that traditionally this defense under Tomlin is a single-high offense, or defense, I should say. And that makes it more difficult to do post-snap rotations. Sometimes you can be putting people out of position if you play statically from a single high formation. Pre-snap, then it's a lot more predictable than a two high safety structure. But like the big downside to playing two high safeties is usually you have to use safeties in the run fit, and if you have smaller safeties, that's usually not ideal. But when you have two bigger safeties here in Kyle Duggar and Jalen Ramsey, who are both really good run defenders, you can feel comfortable putting them in the run fit. And, they shut down the best running back in football so far this year. Jonathan Taylor, he was the offensive player of the year favorite
MVP pick
at that point. I mean, he might have been the MVP of the league at that point. You hold him to 45 yards on 14 carries with no touchdowns on the day. And I think that the Steelers have found their kind of winning edge on defense. They found that winning edge on offense earlier in the season, Ponzi, with the jumbo personnel looks and getting the ball out fast, and which kind of opened up the opportunities to throw down the field and getting teams into single high coverage. But now the Steelers, I think, have kind of figured out that they don't have to be too fancy. They don't have to, do all these crazy post-snap rotations and, try and play so much man coverage and try to blitz all this kind of garbage. Like, no, we can play a lot of too high safety coverage, which kind of keeps the post-snap look ambiguous to the quarterback pre-snap. It also, we can defend the run from two high safeties because we got two safeties that can defend the run. And then, we can send four and rush and still get home, right? You got TJ Watt. You have Alex Highsmith. You have Cam Hayward. You've got Derek Harmon, Keanu Benton, who played terrifically versus the Colts, maybe the best game of his career this past Sunday.
Yeah, that's a really good Colts offensive line.
And that's one of the better offensive lines in the league. And this Steelers pass rush ate them alive, okay? And I think that winning formula here, playing two high safety coverages, playing a lot of quarters and man match, and allowing these instinctual players that maybe aren't the greatest athletes anymore, like Kyle Duggar's not the athlete he used to be. Jalen Ramsey's not the athlete he used to be. Darius Slay is not the athlete he used to be. But all those guys have a ton of experience, and in this type of defense here, where you have the eyes on the quarterback, you can make those plays and anticipate route concepts, all this different stuff. This is a form of defense that I think the Pittsburgh Steelers can play at a very, very high level. I'm excited to see if they can continue this defensive success this week versus Justin Herbert and the Los Angeles Chargers offense. We got some super chats to catch up on here, so let's get to your super chats. By the way, any super chat that comes in, we're going to put you up on screen. We'll talk about whatever topic that you want. We got over 550 people watching live already, so make sure you guys get those super chats in. Any dollar amount, we'll make sure to get you on screen. First one's from Eric Stamper here. He says, I don't think we need one. Talking about a wide receiver, if Calvin and Roman stay consistent, especially with how Roman has progressed over the last 2 weeks.
I don't think that's a wrong opinion.
Yeah, listen, I don't think the Steelers feel desperate to get a receiver, okay? And I know some fans, don't like Calvin and don't like Roman and they don't think that they're number two receiver type of weapons. But something you got to realize is, I think that this is certainly an offense that really caters to its tight ends. You get Jonnu Smith on the field a lot. You get Pat Freiermuth on the field a lot. You put Darnell Washington on the field a lot. They play jumbo personnel packages a lot, and especially because you're paying Jonnu and Pat pretty big money for tight ends, they want to get those guys on the field. And they have been playing a little bit more three receiver packages as of late. To get Roman on the field, and Roman's shown some good things over the last month.
Especially in that Packers game.
Yes, on Sunday he did have that really bad fumble, really stupid decision, kind of rookie mistake. But now, you bring in MVS, who is a legitimate deep threat. If we can show the prorated stats, do we have that, Ponzi?
Yes.
Can we show what he did last year with the New Orleans Saints when he got
the prorated ones?
The prorated ones. When he got an opportunity to play last year in New Orleans, and Derek Carr was throwing up those deep balls to him, like he was pretty darn productive, okay? And, of course, with the established chemistry he already has with Aaron Rodgers, he understands, quote-unquote, Rodgers' ease. He understands, the different checks at the line that he wants to make, all that stuff. But last year with the Saints, man, this guy was on track in an 8-game pace to put up over 800 yards if it would have been for the entire season. Already, he would have been on pace to nearly get double-digit touchdowns. I mean, this guy's a big play threat. He still has his speed with him. The reason why we didn't see that explosiveness in San Francisco this year is because they didn't really put him down the field. He was more of like a check down option in their offense this year. And, he was certainly delegated to like that wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5 kind of role in San Francisco this season. Of course, Seattle ends up getting him in free agency this year following Clint Kubiak to Seattle. They end up releasing him. But Rodgers made abundantly clear last week, man, that he thinks MVS can still really play. And, if you add him as a wide receiver 4 and you kind of look at this room and you got DK Metcalf, you've got Calvin Austin III, who the Steelers believe is kind of like a version of Tank Dell, somebody that's a really smaller receiver, but he can play inside and out. You can't touch him at the line of scrimmage because he's so goddamn fast and his release package is really nice. And he's got better hands than people give him credit for. I think, you look at a guy like him as your number 2 receiver. I think that's how they view Calvin. And then Roman can be kind of that, backup. I mean, pretty much the number 3 receiver in this offense is not a starting player, guys. That's something you have to realize, is that the number 3 guy is not really a true starter here in Pittsburgh, because this offense just lives in heavy personnel packages. So
a lot of touches go to the tight ends as well, especially Jonnu.
Exactly. Jonnu, Muth, those guys certainly get their targets. Darnell has been getting a number of targets over the last several weeks.
At the goal line.
So this is a very tight end-centric offense and passing game. And, I personally, I would still love them to add another receiver. I mean, more depth is good, especially if you're getting it at the right price tag. But, like, the idea that the Steelers absolutely, positively have to get a receiver today, I think, I would push back on that. I mean, the offense has been like a borderline top 10 offense in the league this year, okay? Their run game outside of last week was really humming, and I still think can really be really good this season. Jalen Warren's played really well. Kenneth Gainwell has shown up in flashes. Caleb Johnson had a couple decent flashes on Sunday as well. It looks like they're going to start trying to ramp him up a bit. The thing about
Isaac Seumalo really kind of, when Spencer Anderson did get in, that kind of did stifle the run a little bit too.
100%. So we still haven't gotten any more trades here. Not yet, but we'll catch up on Super Chats, and then we'll kind of recap the trades of the day. Bernard Nixon says, if Khan don't get a receiver, I will be upset. Get A-Rod help. I mean, I feel like people talk about the Steelers offense as if like, this is a bad offense. It's not a bad offense.
Good offense.
And especially when you add another deep threat here with established chemistry with Aaron Rodgers, like, just because you get MVS doesn't mean you can't make another move, but I think that, it gives you a little bit of insurance there where you don't have to overpay like they did last year for Mike Evans or for Mike Williams. I wish Mike Evans, but, for Mike Williams last year, you don't want to be put in a situation where you're, feeling desperate to make a move at receiver, okay? Because that's where the Steelers were last year, because they had Van Jefferson as their number 2 receiver, and then, Adam Thielen wasn't happening, Darius Slayton wasn't happening last year, so they end up overpaying for Mike Williams, and we all know how that ended up, right? But this year, every single game it's a different receiver that has a big game, Ponzi, right? DK is usually pretty consistent, even though last week it was not his day. But one game it's going to be Pat Freiermuth that goes off. The next day it's going to be Calvin Austin III. The next day it's going to be Roman Wilson, okay? Depending on what the opponents try and take away, Rodgers is going to get it to different guys. Rodgers is the ultimate distributor, right? So, there's going to be a lot of different mouths to feed in this offense, and we've seen that this year, right? We've seen DK have big games, and Roman have big games, and Calvin have big games, and we've seen Muth have a big game against Cincinnati. Jonnu's had a couple decent games in this year. Darnell's gotten his fair share of targets more than once, right? So I look at what's going on right now with the Steelers as something where it would be nice to add another kind of big body route runner, especially. I think that's something the Steelers offense doesn't really have in the wide receiver room right now. But if they don't get a receiver today, I still think this offense is more than capable of getting this team to go on a run. Okay, I think that, especially if the defense continues to play the way that they play, this offense is good enough. Okay, what did we say going into the year? All right, if this defense is really freaking good, and let's face it, they were really freaking good on Sunday, and they continue to play that way, and this offense plays the way that it has played through the first half of the year, generally speaking, with Aaron Rodgers, that's a team that can go on a run. It really is, okay? One of the more balanced teams in the league. The Steelers' passing attack, especially on early downs, is really difficult to defend because of Aaron Rodgers' ability to scan the field and find the open man. So I would love to see A-Rod get a big body route runner today, whether that's Juwan Jennings, whether that's Michael Wilson, Adonai Mitchell. It'd be interesting to see if they add somebody today, but they just signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and the team does like Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson. So, I'm just going to keep reiterating this message, Ponzi. I think the Steelers will make a move if it makes sense price tag-wise, okay? 5th to 7th round pick for a guy that they feel adds something to the room. If they can't find that guy by the deadline, I don't think they make a move for a receiver. This one coming in from Nick Faribaugh here says, will the Steelers go out and get anyone at the trade deadline? Mike Tomlin says, quote, we'll see. And then with a smile says, I like shopping. Classic Mike Tomlin.
I love this quote.
Yeah, it's just classic Tomlin right there. So certainly Khan is working the phones today, looking for some sort of deal. We know for a fact, guys, that the Steelers were trying to, were keeping tabs on Jacoby Myers. Now, what I think happened with Myers, Ponzi, was they probably had their price tag, and they probably told the Raiders, we'll pay a 5th-round pick for him, or maybe a 5th and a 6th, or something like that. And somebody just came in and gave them a better offer. And they were probably looking for that 4th-round pick. The Steelers didn't offer that. It wasn't in their price range that they want to be in. And, of course, Jacoby Myers now ends up a Jaguar. So I think that's probably what happened. Bernard with it, too, again, says, Colin Coward said A-Rod deserves all the credit. Agree. He deserves a lot of credit, for sure, man. Like
his leadership.
His leadership has been phenomenal. I was one of the only people, man, in Steelers Nation pounding the table to go get Aaron Rodgers this offseason.
Got flack for it, too.
I got a lot of flack for it, and, I'm glad that I stuck by that take this offseason that, Rodgers was kind of the quarterback that this team kind of needed. He doesn't turn the ball over very often. He's very accurate. He's still got great arm talent. He's got phenomenal pocket presence. He doesn't take nearly the amount of negative plays and sacks that Justin Fields and Russell Wilson took. And he just sees the field better than those guys. With Russ and Justin, if that first read wasn't there, it was scramble mode for them. And a lot of times that would end up in sacks. But with Rodgers, he could go through a full field 5 progression read within the span of his drop. That's how fast the guy processes the game. And whenever there's open options out there, he's usually getting to that receiver, which has made all the difference for the Steelers offense this year. $2 from Trump Card says trade Roman for Jacoby. Then they don't
okay him in Pitt. I think it means don't like him in Pitt. I don't know.
Yeah,
but either way, Trump Cards, Jacoby Myers was traded.
Yep, Jacoby Myers was traded today to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Kind of a little bit of a haul there too for the Raiders. Yeah,
they get 2 picks, a 4th and a 6th. They have 10 picks in the draft next year, adding these 2 picks. I will say, Steelers commentary aside here, this is a great move for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
This is a great move for Jacksonville because they've got their, deep threat, dynamic guy in Brian Thomas Jr., who, by the way, they're not trading today.
No.
All right, that stupid report from Rossini a couple weeks ago, they're not trading Brian Thomas Jr. And then they got Travis Hunter, who can play both defense and offense. But
he's hurt right now.
But Jacoby can be their big body, kind of route running, tough hands catcher over the middle of the field. Doesn't drop a thing. Some of the most secure hands in the league. Would have loved to have Jacoby here in Pittsburgh, man, but apparently a 4th and a 6th round pick was too much. That wouldn't have been too much for me. I want to make that abundantly clear. I would have paid this price tag for Jacoby Myers. But obviously the Steelers didn't want to up their price there for him. Whatever their offer was. Maybe they did offer a 4th round pick for him, and the Jaguars said, we'll put on a 6th. And then the Raiders said, all right, Steelers, would you put on a 6th or a 5th round pick? And Omar said no. Maybe that's the way it went down. I don't know exactly the way it went down, but All I know is that a 4th and 6 got it done. It's a good move for Jacksonville. It's a pretty good move for the Raiders. I think it's fair compensation. I think that's a pretty darn fair trade right there. Wish it would have been the Steelers, but, we move on. $2 from Lit Reacts is Steelers need to trade for Saints receiver Chris Olave. Well, I mean, I wouldn't get my hopes up too high. I won't say it's impossible they trade for Olave today.
It sounded like the Saints wanted a little bit of a good haul.
Yeah, it sounds like they probably want like a round 2 pick or something for him, because they're asking for a round 3 pick for Rashid Shaheed, who is not as good as Chris Olave.
So they're probably asking for it too.
So they're probably asking for a second round pick. And as I discussed, man, I don't think the Steelers are in the market to trade, a day 2 draft pick for a receiver. I just don't. Well, I think they're more in the market for like a mid to late day 3 pick for a receiver kind of deal. And also it doesn't sound like the Saints necessarily want to let go of Chris Olave.
Or Shaheed.
Yeah, I think they might let go of Shaheed today. But with Olave, the thing with him is that it sounds like they want to extend him.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with Olave today. $2 from the Mikado 16 says please trade for Jackson Powers Johnson. It doesn't sound like the Sayamalo injury is going to be too serious, so I don't think the Steelers are going to be going and getting a guard today. I could be wrong. I didn't think they were going to get an edge rusher last year, and they got Preston Smith. I wouldn't say no to it. He's a good player, man. He's a dickhead. Now, he does have some concussion concerns. Those came out of the draft, and there's a reason why he fell in the draft. But he's a good player. He can play center or guard. And if you're looking for interior offensive line depth, I think, I would, if you can get him for, a day 3 draft pick, I would not hate it. I really wouldn't, the Mikado, but I probably wouldn't get my hopes up, but I won't hate it if it happens. $2 from Dan says, any chance we trade for Brian Thomas Jr.? Close to 0. First of all, I think that, the Jaguars just told you they're buying. So, they're trying to win this year. Then second of all, if they're going to let go of BTJ, who is on the 2nd year of a rookie contract, is a potential future superstar, maybe a future top 10 or maybe even top 5 receiver in the game, that comes that cheap, it's going to be so expensive for the Steelers to get him. Like, it's going to cost like a 1st-round pick and then some. And it's probably the same.
Alex Highsmith.
And by the way, you can put Jalen Waddle in this category too. Jalen Waddle's under contract for multiple seasons. He's only 26. He's a star player. You're going to have to give up at least a 1st-round pick for either one of those guys. So if you're willing to forego drafting a 1st-rounder next year in Pittsburgh, okay, maybe we can talk about BTJ. Maybe we can talk about Jalen Waddle. But, I just think there's no – if you're not giving up a 4th and a 6th for Jacoby Myers, why the hell are you giving up a 1st-round pick for anybody else? It's like – I feel like it just makes so much sense. It makes so much more sense to trade for Jacoby Myers a 4th and a 6th compared to trading a 1st-round pick and then some. All right, you probably have to do a 1st-round pick and a starting-level player or a 1st-round pick and a 3rd-round pick, right? You're going to have to give up a 1st and then some for these players. So especially in an offense that is so tight end heavy, especially on a team that's already paying their top receiver a lot of money, I don't know if the Steelers necessarily are in the business of trading for like a star level receiver. So if you're hoping for BTJ today, if you're hoping for A.J. Brown, if you're hoping for Jalen Waddle, even Chris Olave, I don't think, I think those guys are too expensive for the Steelers at this point.
I mean, I think that a couple of ideas that I saw floated out there was trading Alex Highsmith in a pick, but even then, I don't know if a 2nd and Alex Highsmith even gets it done for Brian Thomas, because he's a young rookie wide receiver. He has a good
2nd-year player,
and I mean it's just not rookie, 2nd year. Sorry about
that. Yeah, rookie contract.
Yeah, and I mean it's just, the guy had 300 yards last season. Yeah, and I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, the guy got to almost 1,300 yards with Mac Jones throwing in the football last year.
I don't know. I feel like that's just, if the Jags want to win, they're not going to trade Brian Thomas Jr.
Right. $2 here from J1T says, next season, what is the reality for Pitt at quarterback? I'm guessing you mean the Steelers, not the Pitt Panthers, the 2 T's. It makes it seem like Pitt at quarterback. But listen, man, I think that the chances of it being Aaron Rodgers again is pretty good. I think that the conditions for Rodgers coming back is probably, he has a good season. He's already having a good season. By the way, Ponzi, a crazy stat. Aaron Rodgers already has more touchdown passes this season midway through the year than any Steelers starting quarterback since Big Ben Roethlisberger, I think back in 2021 or 2020. I can't remember. But it's been a number of years since a quarterback here in Pittsburgh has gotten even 17 touchdowns, which is where Aaron Rodgers is at right now. So it's a good season for Rodgers, so he can still play. That's the first thing. Second thing is he has to kind of want to come back. Now, if the Steelers win the Super Bowl, I think he'll ride off into the sunset. And honestly, I think Cam Hayward might retire if we win the Super Bowl this year. And those guys ride off into the sunset together. And then if they miss the playoffs and they stink, down the stretch, then I think Rodgers will probably say, oh, I'm over the hill, I'm gone. But if they make the playoffs, if they are a good team, but they come up short of the Super Bowl, which I think is the most likely outcome for the Steelers this year, I think that those are the conditions for Rodgers to come back. Because in that scenario, A, he knows he can still play. B, he loves playing for this organization, especially if Mike Tomlin comes back next year, which, by the way, if the Steelers make the playoffs, he will be back next year. And then also he knows Cam Hayward, who he's good friends with now, has 1 year left on his deal. One year left before he retires. And I'm sure Captain Cam is going to be in his ear saying, hey, man, you can still play at a really high level. You love playing here. I got 1 year left, and if you don't come back, they're going to draft a rookie to start. And I have no chance of retiring a champion. Please come back. Help us win a championship. And I think he'd come back. I really do. And Rodgers is already laying the groundwork and the teases and, all these sort of hints that he's planning on coming back next year. He's been doing that consistently since training camp. So I think the most likely scenario right now is that Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers week 1 of the 2026 season. Now, there's still a possibility that, Mason Rudolph as a bridge quarterback is starting week 1. There's a possibility that you trade up for a quarterback early in round 1. And you take that guy, and he's starting for you week 1. There's a possibility still that you could get a different veteran if Rodgers retires. There's a lot of different possibilities that are still out there, J1T. But I think really by far at this point, the most likely scenario is that Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers to start the 2026 season.
And maybe a quarterback that they drafted to develop?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the ideal setup, right? Because you got Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, Will Howard, Zach Wilson, all these guys that have been tutored by Rodgers over the years, all give glowing reviews to Rodgers as a mentor, as a leader, in terms of giving help to those guys. And, if you can draft somebody in the first round and, maybe Lenore Sellers falls to like 15 or 16 and you have an opportunity to trade up for him. And then you get Lenore Sellers. And then you got Lenore Sellers, who's a bit raw, but he's super physically gifted, getting a year to learn from Aaron Rodgers, one of the smartest, best quarterbacks in NFL history. And then in year 2, in 2027, you got Lenore Sellers with a year under his belt, with a full Mahomes rest year under his belt, ready to be the starting quarterback in 2027. That might be the most ideal setup for the Steelers at the quarterback position. I think that's probably the most likely scenario at this point, Ponzi. $2 from Chris Riggs says, I think they should trade for DBs because of injuries. Mike Tomlin said it today in his press conference. Their depth at safety is a lot worse than their depth at corner. They like James Pierre as a backup. They like Brandon Echols and what he has brought to the table. Darius Slay, I thought, wasn't perfect last week, but he's such a better fit in this quarter-style system that the Steelers deployed on Sunday. He won a Super Bowl last year playing quarters in Vic Fangio's defense. So I think if the Steelers want to get the most out of Darius Slay, they can continue to do what they did against the Colts. Now, that doesn't mean Slay is perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but you look at the cornerbacks that are available potentially today, Reek Woolen can't guard in man coverage. His hips are, especially against really good route runners, his hips are so tight. He's more of a true cover 3 press bail corner, which is why he was a fit in Pete Carroll's defense, but he's not a great fit in Mike McDonald's defense in Seattle. So, the Steelers, if you want to run a lot of quarters, which is man-match coverage, by the way, I don't know how well Tyreek Woolen fits inside this defense, if I'm being completely honest with you. I know he's a big-body guy with long arms and all that stuff, and people like that, but I don't know if I'm willing to pay the price tag that it would take to get Reek Woolen today to get him on the Steelers. And then, somebody that would be, I think actually the best way, if you want to add a DB, Ponzi, I think the best way to do it is to give Asante Samuel Jr. a call today.
Yeah, I think, it costs nothing. What? If he's bad, cut him.
Exactly. His dad, Asante Samuel Sr., longtime player in the National Football League, great player, has complimented the Steelers defense and their personnel. So clearly, clearly that family has good feelings about this team. But listen, man, I think at this point, if you're hoping that they're going to make a move at DB, you're going to be disappointed. Okay, I think they like James Pierre as a depth guy. They gave Darius Slay a full starter's workload versus the Colts last week. So I certainly think at this point they're probably going to stick with the guys that they have. Brandon Echols, I think, has earned a starting spot in this defense. And now that you got Jalen Ramsey and Kyle Duggar as your starting safeties, I think that that's a decent setup. Now, obviously, Darius Slay is still the weakest link in that setup. And if it makes sense to go get a DB, I'm not opposed to it. But they did give Slay a lot of money, and I did think he played okay enough against Indianapolis in this new kind of quarter-style defense to think about him. Yeah, it was probably his best game of the year. It really was. And it wasn't perfect. He gave up a couple of tough routes, but, he is so much better suited for a quarter-style defense that plays in two high safeties as opposed to surviving one-on-one in man coverage, which is what they were asking him to do for much of the first half of the season. So, I'm hoping that the second half of the season, with the adjustments the Steelers have made on defense, means Slay can play better. But I'm not necessarily opposed to. We do have a report here from Schultz where the Bears are apparently actively trying to acquire a pass rusher.
That's not too surprising.
But, we kind of knew that going in.
Especially with I don't know how to say his name. It's Deo.
Odeyabo.
Yeah, his injury. So that's not too surprising there. We did see something like NFL Network saying that Steelers are interested in Waddle, but it's probably not going to happen.
I think Rappaport was the one that has connected Waddle to the Steelers, but yeah. I would be – listen, man, unless they have almost a guarantee from Rodgers that he's coming back next year, I don't know. I just don't see the Steelers paying that price tag for Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I just don't get it because you're going to have to trade it first or good players.
Yeah, probably both. You might have to trade a player and a first-round pick, and that is just such a massive price tag for Jalen Waddle, man. I just don't know if that's the move the Steelers should be making at this point. $5 from Marco Prove It, who says, just say Marco. Okay, oh, gosh, okay. No, we just need a guard and beat the Chargers at home. If you know, you know. So he's referring to SoFi Stadium, pretty much being a home stadium for the Steelers. Yeah, man, that's one of the benefits of this week for sure, man, is that even though, you have an away game in L.A., an away game in L.A. is really like another home game for the Steelers. So that's one of the reasons why I was actually okay with having one of our home games this year be in Ireland, because we get another pretty much pseudo-home game on the road in L.A. So, yeah, I think that the terrible towels will be flying. They won't have Joe Alt. They don't have Rashawn Slater for the rest of the season. That offensive line has been cheeks when Joe Alt's been out. And with what the Steelers pass rush just did to the fucking Colts offensive line, I don't think best of luck to Justin Herbert, man. That's all I have to say. Best of luck to Justin Herbert staying upright in this ball game. For sure. If they get a guard, I said this in response to the Jackson Powers-Johnson question, I'd be okay with it, especially for the right price, but it sounds like Sayamalu's injury is not going to be super
I wouldn't be
serious, and they do trust Spencer Anderson. They do trust Spencer Anderson as an interior offensive line depth. So I think guard might be more of a position they address next offseason, but I don't think they're going to be willing to give up draft capital for a veteran guard today. Yep. Then we got Ragu, who says did not see the first three drives last week. Left tackle and wide receiver for AR8 for time. Open the offense and running lanes. I'm trying to decipher what the question is.
Well,
here.
He's saying regarding not needing left tackle and wide receiver help. Did you not see the first drives last week?
Oh, I see I see what you mean, Ragu. I see what you mean.
So saying that we need a trade for left tackle and wide receiver, so that we can open up the offensive running lanes.
Before last Sunday's game, the rushing offense, was humming. I don't have any real
Especially,
long-term concerns about the run game. All right, it was just kind of an off day for the Steelers' rushing attack against the Colts. I don't think that's going to be something we can expect the entire season. When you balance out and you kind of, ever since they went to these jumbo personnel packages, Ragu, this has been one of the top 5 rushing offenses in the league. They just kind of had an off day in that regard. What I'll say about Broderick Ponzi is at this point, I don't think you pick up his 5th-year option. I don't think he's played well enough for that. But he has played well enough where I think you go within the rest of the season, especially because Troy Fautanu is playing so well. Troy Fautanu is playing, Pro Bowl caliber football right now, and what that allows you to do is it allows you to keep him on an island the entire game, and then send help to Broderick, and that's worked. You've shut down Micah, for the most part, Micah Parsons versus Green Bay. Myles Garrett in the Cleveland game. They've done a good job holding, these guys at these tough matchups for Broderick, because Rodgers is getting the ball out fast and they're sending help to the left tackle side. So I think that, we're okay there right now. Maybe that's a position we address next offseason. And then when it comes to wide receiver, I think the first 3 drives last week showed was just a lack of execution. Okay, we saw Darnell Washington. He just wasn't looking for the football. We know he can catch the football. Jonnu Smith, listen, man, you don't have to tell me to get a receiver that's better than Jonnu Smith. Okay,
he's Arthur Smith's favorite target.
He's Arthur Smith's guy. And listen, man, Ragu, I'm not saying that the Steelers shouldn't be in the market for a receiver. Okay, I've been on this channel very consistently saying absolutely. Make a trade for a receiver. I'm just telling you guys that the Steelers have a certain price range that they're willing to pay for a receiver for, and they're not willing to go above that. And they don't feel desperation to do that because this offense has been successful this year without that wide receiver addition. So that's where the Steelers are coming from. But I'm with you guys. I want a big body route runner here, okay? I want somebody that can add something to this offense because the more depth, the more versatility that you have, the better. Okay, so if you're expecting Waddle, if you're expecting Olave, A.J. Brown, Brian Thomas Jr., guys that are going to cost, more than a 4th-round pick, I would say the Steelers are not in the market for those guys. I think they're more in the market for the veteran guys that are on the tail end of their contracts that are going to be worth a 5th to a 7th-round pick. That's what if the Steelers make a move for a receiver today, that's what I think it's going to be. And, you look at the guys that could be got for that price tag. All right, maybe Calvin Ridley, maybe. Then Deebo Samuel, I think, could definitely be got for a 5th-round pick today. I think that is something that's a realistic possibility.
Be gone for less, Al Lazard.
Michael Wilson, maybe, if the Cardinals want to unload him.
Yeah. Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk is another possibility. There's some guys that fit kind of that mold of mid to late day 3 pick kind of guy that can help the Steelers win, but the Steelers aren't going to break the bank. They're just not. They want to inject this roster with more young talent in the draft next year, and they already feel pretty good about their wide receiver room, even though I know a lot of Steelers fans not the biggest fan of that. Now, you guys can take a look here at some of the wide receiver trade candidates that we've compiled here at Chat Sports, and, Jalen Waddle, we'll see. It sounds like the Dolphins are certainly taking calls, but it seems like their price tag is very, very high. I wouldn't, necessarily, count on that. Deebo Samuel and Calvin Ridley, I think, are 2 possibilities. It sounds like the Titans are shopping Ridley for sure. And I think if you offer a 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel to the Commanders, they would think about taking that. They spent a 5th-round pick on him this offseason. Their season is done. He's on an expiring contract. And the Steelers were interested in Deebo Samuel back in 2024, the first year Arthur Smith was here in Pittsburgh. So clearly the Steelers feel like he would be a fit inside this offense. Chris Olave, I don't think that one's too realistic because I think you'd have to give up a 2nd-round pick for him. Don't think the Steelers are in the market for a guy they have to spend a 2nd-round pick on. Rashid Shaheed, if you can get him for the 5th-round price tag, I guess maybe they do it, but it sounds like the Saints want like a 3rd-round pick, which really means they want a 4th-round pick for him. I guess we'll see on that. Then Brandon Cooks is a guy you can get for a 7th-round pick today. Still a pretty good route runner, still has decent hands. He doesn't have the speed anymore, but if you're looking for a route runner that can still create some separation, still has quick feet, has good hands, Brandon Cooks is a cheaper option that you could think about. Juwan Jennings from the 49ers, I certainly think is.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my goodness!
Okay.
Okay.
The New York Jets have traded Sauce Gardner
To the Colts.
to the Indianapolis Colts.
Whoa. Okay. Hold up.
Oh my Lord. Okay, the stunner of the day. I mean, nobody was really talking about Sauce Gardner at all.
I thought he was fine. Well, does that mean Garrett Wilson is available?
He might be, but again, that'll be at like a first-round price tag. And I don't think the Steelers are wanting to do that. Plus, he's had some bad blood with Rodgers in the past. But we have breaking news here, guys. The Indianapolis Colts are acquiring Sauce Gardner, superstar corner from the New York Jets. That is absolutely nuts. Let's get that on screen as soon as we possibly can, Ponzi.
I'm going to wait for the trade details after that.
I'd say just put up the social.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, just put up the social until we have the details. What an insane trade here. I'm guessing this is at least for a first-round pick.
Has to be.
He's one of the top man-to-man corners in the National Football League, and now he is an Indianapolis Colt.
Cannot believe that. That's crazy.
I'm speechless. I mean, I had no idea that was a possibility today. I mean, I knew that Jermaine Johnson was potentially was being shopped, and I knew that there was some talk about Quinnen Williams. Could we see Quinnen Williams get traded today?
Are they going full on fire sale?
It's not impossible. I'll say this. I think that if they can get the price tag that they want for Quinnen Williams, I will not shut down the idea that they end up trading Quinnen Williams today along with Sauce Gardner. Colts send 2 first-rounders to the Jets in exchange for Sauce. They're going all in. Right after they got spanked by the Steelers.
Wow.
Right after they got spanked, they're like, we got to go get a move.
Wow.
So that's 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner going to New York, and they're loading up. And frankly, the Jets should be. Now, I'm a little bit shocked. That it's 2 first-round picks. That is a lot. I mean, I know Sauce is one of the great young stars in the league. Wow, man. And now, listen, man, I don't love this move for the Colts, and here's why. Like, are they going to extend Daniel Jones now?
Yeah.
Like, I think, we've got a trade here. Rashid Shaheed to the Seahawks.
Wow.
So now take Shaheed off the board. And listen, man, I really like that fit for Shaheed because what is the one thing that Seahawks offense was missing going into the year, Ponzi? It was a true deep threat. And now you add Shaheed as that third-level threat with Jackson Smith and Jigba running his routes underneath. Seattle just got a lot better, man. That's a hell of a trade for Seattle.
Did you get the trade details on that one yet?
I'm
gonna get this.
I don't see the trade details on this one yet. But listen, man, I'm actually okay. The Steelers didn't get Shaheed.
Yeah. What was so? I mean,
I'm actually okay that the Steelers are not getting Shaheed, and here's why. All right, Shaheed is a pure deep threat. He's not really he can run after the catch a little bit too, because obviously he's just so goddamn fast. But like he's not really a route runner. He's not really known as a hands catching type of tough receiver. He's another undersized deep threat. Steelers already have plenty of those. Like he doesn't really add anything to this offense, or at least he wouldn't have added anything to this offense. Outside of Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson, because that's kind of their skill set, right? If anything, I think Calvin might even be a better receiver than Rashid Shaheed, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. I think I'd rather take Calvin Austin in the third. But another thing here is that Shaheed worked with Clint Kubiak last year in New Orleans, and now he goes back to Clint Kubiak in Seattle.
Wow. 2 back-to-back kind of – well, I mean, Sauce Gardner I think is definitely the bigger trade out of that.
No question. Sauce Gardner is going to be the trade of the day. Sauce Gardner, that's going to be that's going to be the highlight of the day. I mean, what name's going to be bigger than Sauce Gardner?
I mean,
not even Jalen Waddle's a bigger name than Sauce Gardner. Gardner is one of the premier names in the league.
And they just extended him, no?
What, Sauce? Yeah, they did. Yeah. So, I mean, the Colts are getting what they're paying for. You know, they're paying for somebody that is, an established veteran, somebody that's an established star player. And frankly, you can make an argument he is worth 2 first-round draft picks. And I'm guessing they're going to extend Daniel Jones. They're going to make him their franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, they have to
because,
now.
I mean, they're not going to have first-round draft picks to spend on quarterbacks. So we'll get to your super chats here in just a second. Of course, we'll have trade details when these things come up.
Just about to get the Sauce Gardner ones because that one just became official with the sources there. It's going to be 2 first-rounders. Wow.
All right, man. So Rashid Shaheed is a Seattle Seahawk. Jacoby Myers is a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Here's the trade details for the New York Jets trade with Sauce Gardner. I mean,
2 first-round picks in exchange for Sauce Gardner. My biggest takeaway on that is that the Colts obviously are going all in. Not only on this year's team, but on their quarterback, Daniel Jones.
I think they've just seen enough of him. I mean, we saw Minnesota, how Shane Steichen. Well, that was a little bit different scenario with Kevin O'Connell because they just drafted J.J. McCarthy. I mean, is Anthony Richardson officially gone?
Yeah, he's going to be gone after this season for sure. They might even be looking to shop him right now. I don't know who's taking him, but the Colts are certainly willing to get rid of Anthony Richardson. There's no question. There's no question about that.
I want to see what this price tag was for Rashid Shaheed because I'm guessing it was the 3rd.
It's a 3rd-round pick. They got it.
I'm saying I'm guessing it is.
I don't know. I think it's probably a 4th. Because usually when teams say we want a 3rd-round pick and then they wait to the deadline, they usually take the lower price. I think it's probably a 4th, but we'll see.
Sauce Gardner officially tweeted saying, "New York, it's been real."
On his way to Indy, man. That makes their defense a lot better. The Colts' defense has been not fantastic this year.
And they said, we had a report yesterday that they were desperately looking for cornerback help. Guess desperate enough. Why not get it? Are we guessing that there was just internal conflict with Anthony Glenn or Aaron Glenn and Gardner? Maybe. It just seems like
I think they had their price on him, and they're like, if we can get 2 first-round draft picks for Sauce, we're gonna take it. And somebody came to the table and was willing to give that up. And the Colts, a team that is trying to win now, a team that clearly believes they've found their franchise quarterback in Daniel Jones. I'm guessing they're going to give him a big extension at some point. Probably not today, but I'm expecting at some point they're going to give him that extension because they don't have first-round picks the next 2 years to draft a quarterback if they want to move off of Daniel Jones. So, this is pretty much saying Daniel Jones is our guy for, at least the next 3-4 years.
Ricky called it.
Did he say that?
Yeah, I'm going to get the tweet up real quick. Ricky called it.
Ricky called another one?
Ricky
with
called this.
With the sauce?
Yeah, he was saying that they were desperately looking for the help. And then he also had that this is our Colts guy.
Oh, yeah. So he said, sounds like the Colts are calling teams and trying to land a cornerback before today's 4 p.m. deadline. And the Colts apparently also called the Bengals regarding Trey Hendrickson. So but maybe the Colts aren't. Apparently the Bengals are looking for. What if they give up their second-round pick and maybe a player for Trey Hendrickson?
I mean,
that would kickstart that defense in a hurry, man.
They have the cap to do it.
In a hurry. Apparently, they're also sending a player to the Jets.
Whoa, so this is not right?
According to Pelissero, the player has not been named. Pelissero just says the Colts are sending their first-round picks in 2026 and 2027 plus a player to the Jets. So, in case you missed it, guys, we will get to everybody's super chats in just a second, by the way. But Rashid Shaheed is now a Seattle Seahawk. And honestly, I think that's a better fit for Shaheed in terms of, not only offense. He was awesome in Kubiak's offense with the Saints last year before he got injured. But, the Seahawks really needed a deep threat like that. They're already the most explosive offense in the National Football League, at least in the passing department. Sam Darnold's had a great season. Jackson Smith and Jigba can get open no matter what. But now, when you add the element of Rashid Shaheed and that threat over the top, that's only going to lead to more of that underneath route running work for Jackson Smith and Jigba to be even more dangerous for that Seattle passing attack. So I hate that he's on the Seahawks because the Seahawks are a damn dangerous team, man. They're dangerous. They really are. They can make they're right there with the Lions and the Rams and the top team and the Eagles and the top teams in the NFC to me. They are well balanced. They're good on offense. They're good on defense. They're very explosive. They can score in bunches. They can get after the quarterback. They stop the run. The Seahawks are one of the more well-balanced teams in the National Football League, man. They are dangerous. Very dangerous. As we get to around 3 hours to go before the NFL trade deadline here, let's catch up on some super chats here. Oh, okay. All right, before we get to your super chats again and we break down all the trades that have happened before the NFL trade deadline, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Prize Picks. And the hard-hitting football action is just getting started here during the 2025 professional football season, and it gets even better with our friends at Prize Picks. The weather might be changing outside, but but the feeling of being right never gets old. So keep the season rolling on with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. On Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, choose the Flex Play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the Power Play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app. You guys can take a look at my Prize Picks projection for this weekend's matchup versus the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm taking the more on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, you want to read them out?
Social real quick. But the Mikado 16 says, do you think the Steelers would be more aggressive if the draft wasn't here next year? Rodgers isn't guaranteed. No.
I think they look at this offense as an offense that's already successful, so they don't feel like they need to give up a premium draft asset to take it to the next level necessarily. Yeah. They like Calvin Austin III. They believe in the future prospects of Roman Wilson. Aaron Rodgers told you how much he loves MVS. He said that he thinks that MVS can still really play just last week. So obviously, they got 4 receivers that they have a certain level of belief in. All right, and I think
Is this official? Hold up, I got something.
What's up?
Maybe with the Jets trade.
Okay. Is it the player that's included?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Never mind.
Okay.
It's just another report on it.
But yeah, man, I think that it's certainly in the back of their minds that the draft is in Pittsburgh next year, and I think they do want that, moment of them drafting a player in the first round in Pittsburgh on night one. But that's not really like the biggest reason. I think that's part of the equation. But
No, it is. Adonai Mitchell heads to the Jets.
oh, okay, Adonai Mitchell, another receiver off the board for the Steelers.
I wanted to make sure because I saw it and then I was like, okay, no.
I kind of like it. I kind of like the deal for the Jets. You get a receiver to pair with Garrett Wilson. That's actually one of the more talented receiver duos in the league in terms of just pure talent. That is a massive haul, man. Like Adonai Mitchell reminded me a lot of CeeDee Lamb coming out. Now, the Colts were certainly chopping him at least a little bit there because he's played less than 10% of the snaps. He's been kind of a knucklehead, to say the least. There's a reason why. He was a first-round talent coming out. It fell to the second round because of personality issues. And apparently Aaron Glenn doesn't care. He likes him. So you get him to pair with Garrett Wilson, and Justin Fields has another weapon to throw to try and make his case to be the quarterback of the Jets down the stretch. But the 2 first-round picks is really the headliner there. You're going to have at least 2 first-round draft picks if you're the Jets for the next 2 seasons. Those 4 picks can completely change that franchise.
And I will say this in advocating for this side of the Colts. I mean, if they win, they go on deep playoff runs. And I'm not saying even if they win the Super Bowl, but if they solidify their core with Sauce Gardner, we're talking about this trade as revolutionary for that franchise.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, but Sauce Gardner's so talented.
It also puts a lot of pressure on Daniel Jones.
I think he had a little pressure going into the season, but not.
Well, yeah,
not this much
well, his life as an NFL starter was on the line this year. There's a lot of pressure in that, but now, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to give him an extension at some point here. He's going to be their starting quarterback for the next 3-4 years. And I think that is a very risky move because if Jonathan Taylor in that run game gets taken away, we saw what Daniel Jones is last week. He is a trailer. He is not a truck. And my worry is, Ponzi, is that the Colts are going to give Daniel Jones all this money in an extension eventually, and they're not going to have the money to pay all these players that are around him.
Yeah.
And eventually, 2-3 years down the road, the offensive line's not going to be as good. The weapons are not going to be as good around him. Sure, you'll have Sauce Gardner at corner on the other side of the ball, and you got Leatu Latu, and you got, I guess in 2 and 3 years, DeForest Buckner might be gone. Grover Stewart may be gone. I feel like this is a very, very, obviously big splash move, a win-now move for the Colts, but it's also somewhat risky because it takes away your optionality at quarterback in the first round for the next 2 seasons. If Daniel Jones continues to look like a pumpkin, like he looked like versus the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. And by the way, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think he'll have a really good, solid season this year, Daniel Jones. I think that run game will play better than they did against the Steelers. And I think they'll be a playoff team and all that. But, once you start taking away Jonathan Taylor and he starts getting older, once that offensive line isn't as good, once those weapons aren't as good. I know Shane Steichen's an awesome offensive play caller, but this is a move that you make where it's we're going to be a Super Bowl contender for the next 3-4 years, and we have no qualms about our starting quarterback and his long-term future with this team.
This would be more of a push that if you had it on a cheaper deal, I will say that. I mean, I don't think Daniel Jones will get market-breaking money.
Well, not market breaking, but it'll be significant.
It will be significant.
It will be significant. I think it'll be significant money, like top, at least top 10 in the league money.
I don't know.
Maybe top 8.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. And this is just a theory. I could see him get more of a team friendlier deal, but I don't know.
I don't think I've seen anything on the Rashid Shaheed compensation, because all the reporters are focusing on the Gardner trade, because that's nuts, man.
That's nuts.
It's nuts.
Poor Shaheed.
And Adonai Mitchell immediately becomes he becomes their number 2 receiver immediately.
Yeah.
And like Garrett Wilson and Adonai Mitchell, that's a very talented young wide receiver duo right there.
And I mean,
and maybe they have their price where they would get rid of Garrett Wilson.
That's what I'm saying.
But I'm guessing it's probably very similar to the Sauce, 2 firsts and a player. This is like, dude, this is a massive haul.
Like, Mitchell isn't a bum. A lot of people were like kind of clowning on him, I see on the feed here, but like, Mitchell is not a bum.
All right, we do have the compensation here from Nick Underhill for Shaheed. It is a 4th and 5th round picks in 2026.
Oh.
By the way, I'm glad the Steelers didn't pay that for him. In my opinion, Shaheed wouldn't have brought anything new to the Steelers offense. Like, you already have undersized deep threats.
Let's be for real.
And honestly, Calvin does more than Shaheed does. Shaheed is like a pure deep threat. He can run after the catch a bit on shallow crosses and stuff like that, but like, Calvin's a better pure route runner than Shaheed is. And I think he's got better hands.
Yeah.
But Calvin also has the deep threat ability that Shaheed has. They both have game-wrecking speed. So, like, I just don't know what Shaheed would have necessarily added to this offense necessarily.
He would have been fun, but I don't think he adds anything.
Yeah, sure. But, like, for 4th and 5th round picks,
no.
I don't want to do that for Shaheed. I might be willing to do that for Calvin Ridley because he's a better pure route runner, and he can win to the short and intermediate levels of the field just like the deep portion of the field. But 4th and a 5th for Shaheed, I think, would have been too much if I were the Steelers GM. So,
if you're Omar Khan, I think the highest maybe you pay is a 4th.
What's that?
The highest you maybe pay is a 4th. I'd say even then.
Yeah. Even then, like, apparently a 4th and a 6th was too much for Jacoby, for the Steelers. Like, I feel like the Steelers are in this mode right now where it's like, we like the guys that we have, but if we can add somebody that, adds an element to this receiver room with a 5th to 7th round pick, kind of a later draft pick, we're willing to do it. But we're not going to give up any of our premium draft assets to go get a player that's going to be a rental, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, because if you want him back, you're gonna have to pay him.
Exactly. So, like, I think that the Steelers are trying to do the long-term approach kind of thing, where, like, if they're going to spend a 4th round pick on somebody today or a day 2 draft pick on somebody today, it's got to be somebody that's going to be here for the long haul. It's got to be somebody. It's got to be like a Michael Wilson or an Olave or a Waddle or somebody like that. Even though I think those names are probably less likely. Honestly, right now, I think the 2 most likely names that are still available for the Steelers are probably Calvin Ridley and Deebo Samuel. I think those are probably the 2 most likely at this point. And throw Juwan Jennings in there as well as another possibility. But
yeah, Juwan might be, but I don't know. He had a great game the other week.
He did, and who knows how long Brandon Ayuk's going to be out, right? So we just don't know that situation. $2 from James C. says save picks and go for Smith or Tate I mean, Jeremiah Smith, he can't come out for another year.
No.
So
your best is Carnell Tate.
Yeah, best case scenario from OSU is Carnell Tate. And, you could spend a 1st round pick on a receiver next year, but all right, we do have an update from Zachary Smith from Steelers Now. Where he says, I think the names to watch the rest of the way are Deebo Samuel and Calvin Ridley. But I'm starting to lean towards nothing coming to fruition.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we still got pretty much 3 hours to go.
Never say never. We didn't think Sauce Gardner was going to come or go.
Yeah, man. So if you combine the trade values of Rashid Shaheed and the Jacoby Myers deals, a 4th and a 6th, and then a 4th and a 5th, comes out roughly to like a late third-round draft pick. It's kind of what those guys went for. And the Steelers have made abundantly clear that for that value, they're not in on receivers at the trade deadline this year.
I will say it's not a bad trade for the Saints at all. 4th and 5th for basically a rental. Yeah.
And honestly, I like the deal for Seattle.
Yeah.
That's a win now team. They're dangerous, and by adding that true vertical threat in that offense, which by the way, MVS was supposed to be that for them this year, and they end up cutting him, and he ends up on the Steelers, of course. But Shaheed is that true deep threat in that Seattle offense now, and then that opens up a shit ton of stuff underneath for JSN, which is just so scary, man. So scary. That Seattle offense is legit for sure. Peter says, how much would Omar actually give up for Waddle? I don't think, like I said, guys, I think they're in the market for like a 5th-round pick. Like, I don't even think they're necessarily in the market for Waddle. Like, maybe they give up, maybe they offer. I don't see them offering the first, because like, what if they need to draft a quarterback next year?
I think the most they offer is a 2nd
and a player.
And Alex Highsmith.
Yeah, probably the most that they would offer is 2nd and Highsmith. And that's
I don't even know if
it's like the very most that they would give up is Watt and Highsmith.
Because the Dolphins are really not. I don't think they're interested in getting players.
Yeah, I think
they
want draft picks, and they want a 1st-round pick for Waddle and more.
They're trying to get rid of players.
Exactly. They're in the middle of a fire sale. So, I just disagree with Rappaport saying that the Steelers are in on Waddle. It doesn't make sense with their strategy to me.
Saying Highsmith isn't getting traded. I mean,
yeah, I'm not saying he's going to. I'm not suggesting that he is. I'm just saying that like the very most that could theoretically be offered by the Steelers is Highsmith and a 2nd, but I don't think that that's going to be the case.
Tyler rather, saying, hi guys, Tyler here. Just heard from Mike Garofalo on NFL Network that the Waddle bidding wars between Pittsburgh and Atlanta. Yeah, I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense to me, at least. I'd like to be proven wrong, maybe.
Andrew Filipponi tweeted out 2 minutes ago, Steelers fans, can I interest you in Calvin Ridley? Well, he also posted Jacoby Myers with 3 eye emojis earlier today. Listen, man, the NFL Network guys are pretty steadfast that the Steelers are in on Jalen Waddle. But, like, here's the thing about the Waddle thing, guys. He's going to be so expensive. So unless the Steelers have like a dead set guarantee from Aaron Rodgers that he's returning as this team's starting quarterback next year, I don't know how they do the trade. Because like theoretically, okay, if you had a guarantee from Rodgers or a near guarantee that he was coming back next year, then you could think about trading a 1st-round pick and maybe like, I don't know, another mid-round pick. And I don't even know if that would get it done for Waddle. What was the other team that he said between Pittsburgh and Atlanta?
Atlanta.
Maybe. So Atlanta does need a receiver.
They got Drake London, but they need
it too. And listen, man, like they got Michael Penix Jr., so like you could make an argument, okay, Atlanta would be more willing to give up a 1st-round pick because they have their franchise quarterback. But at the same time, Michael Penix Jr. hasn't played great. He certainly hasn't established himself as their franchise guy, in my opinion. So, like, I
don't know if you go.
I don't want to question Garofalo's sourcing because obviously, they have connections in the league that I don't. But like, when I look at those 2 teams, I don't know if those 2 teams are teams that like have. I mean, maybe Pittsburgh is willing to give up the 1st-round pick, man. Don't get my hopes up, dog. Don't get my hopes up here for Jalen Waddle because that would be electric,
dude,
man.
Honestly, if Jalen Waddle. I mean, me personally, this is just my take. I'm not going to say this, but like, I like Jalen Waddle a lot more than Chris Olave. So, if you're getting Jalen Waddle,
dude, Jalen Waddle is one of the more electric playmakers in the league. He's a terrific route runner. He's a great deep threat.
I would need confirmation. I would need in paper and writing legal binding agreement on the table. I am coming back to play for the Steelers next year from Aaron Rodgers. Like, I'm sorry. That's just how it is.
What would that trade look like? Would it be? I would assume it would be a first-round pick next year. First-round pick next year. You're not
and a third?
You're not drafting a quarterback next year if that's the case. Probably first. Maybe you include like Roman. Like if they like Roman Wilson, you could throw him in the trade.
First and a third. Maybe would even say Calvin.
Maybe he's a 1 year. He's only got 1 year left. So unless
that's the whole thing.
What do you mean that's the whole thing?
Like,
why would Miami want a 1 year rental?
Yeah, right.
Roman has multiple years on his deal. So if they like Roman, that would make more sense to include him.
Yeah.
So, like, if you wanted to do a first-round pick, maybe like a mid-round pick, and Roman.
First, fourth, and Roman. I don't know if I say no to that. Might have to text our Dolphins host over here.
I don't know, man. I mean, we've heard it from Rappaport. Now we're hearing it from Garofolo that the Steelers are in on a potential trade for Jalen Waddle. And, like, it would be fucking electric. It's just I would question what the plan is at quarterback in the future if you're trading a first-round pick for him. Like, is the plan to go with Will Howard at that point? Because let's face facts. Let's face facts about the quarterback class next year. Okay, let's just talk this out here. Okay? There's going to be 3 quarterbacks probably at the top of the draft. That'll be Ty Simpson, Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza. Those will probably be the top 3 guys in the class. If Lenora Sellers comes out, I still think he goes in round 1 just because of the traits. So that would be 4. And maybe one other guy slips in there. Maybe the guy from Duke, who's pretty interesting, could get in there. Maybe Carson Beck lights it up the rest of the way and he sneaks into the first. Or maybe John Mateer comes out and he,
Gus, maybe.
There's who knows, right? Okay, so we have a trade in the division. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is going to the Bears. The Browns are trading him away.
What was this?
So from Schefter, Browns are sending defensive end Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and a 7th-round pick to the Chicago Bears in exchange for a 6th-round pick.
Harrison's going to be real.
Yeah, that's a great solution there, Chicago. But yeah, man, if they land Waddle today, I will be wrong because I've been saying for weeks I don't think they're trading a first-round pick.
I'd love to be wrong, actually.
But, like, if you pair up DK Metcalf and Jalen Waddle here in Pittsburgh for the rest of the season, that's legitimately, like, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins level,
and
awesome.
How many years does both would be here
Waddle's under contract for multiple seasons. Let me look up his contract here because that's the thing about Waddle is then what makes him so valuable is that he's a 26-year-old star receiver with multiple years on his contract.
And Metcalf has 3?
No, he's got multiple years, man.
Well,
Metcalf's under contract for this year plus 4 more years after this year.
Okay, so no, he's on there way longer than I thought.
Yeah, so DK's locked up for the next half decade. Waddle, my computer will just load here. We're going to get to your super chats here in just a moment. We got over 1,600 people watching live. We are officially on Jalen Waddle watch here on Steelers Talk. And, like, Waddle, I included Waddle in my list of guys that was, like, unrealistic. Like, they're not trading a first-round pick for Waddle, but, like, we keep hearing rumors that they're trying to trade for him. So, like, you have to start thinking about what the thinking is for the Pittsburgh Steelers here.
That honestly, if we walk out with Jalen Waddle as our only trade deadline addition,
I'll be so happy.
I'll be so happy.
I'd be so happy. I mean, even if you spend the first-round pick on Waddle, even if you spend the first-round pick next year on Waddle, I will be thrilled.
Yeah.
Thrilled. All right, because, like, the chances of your first-round pick next year being as good as Jalen Waddle, not great.
Here's the Browns trade to the Chicago from Schefter. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's low-level trade.
Low-level trade. Not really game-breaking. But I think the biggest one of the day will continue to be Sauce Gardner.
Well, yeah, that's gonna be the deal. Like, it's Sauce Gardner and Micah Parsons trade will be the big trades of the year. But if the Steelers get Jalen Waddle, that will be in the conversation. That might get the bronze medal, but that is still a ginormous move if the Steelers make it.
Micah, Sauce, and then Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. All right. My computer is just taking forever to load here, so I'm trying to look it up on my phone, but
Oh, you want me to look it up for
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle's contract?
I think the Wi-Fi is being a little.
Well, I mean, it is trade deadline day.
Yeah, it is trade deadline day. You're right about that.
Had a terrible start to the day today.
Like, dude, I would love to be wrong about my take that the Steelers are probably only willing to give up like a fifth round pick. But I did say that if they trade like a fourth round pick or higher, it's going to be for somebody.
Oh my God, it's doing it to me too. I think Spot Track is broken.
Is Spotrack? Oh, because everyone's looking up contracts right now.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't really trust Google AI. Let's see. I want to say it's through 2028.
Yeah, Waddle's got 3 more years left on his deal. I'm just trying to look at the number.
Okay. So he's through 2029.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he's got 4 years left on his deal.
So Metcalf and Waddle will be your wide receiver duo.
So if you make this trade, if you are the Pittsburgh Steelers, if you get Jalen Waddle today, you lock up one of the best wide receiver duos in the league for at least the next half decade.
And I'm happy with that. I think that's a great deal.
I'll take it, man. I really would. Listen, man.
Only condition. Aaron Rodgers stays next year.
Yeah.
I feel infinitely better about this.
Yeah, dude. Like, if you don't have Rodgers next year, like, who's going to quarterback this team? It doesn't matter if you have DK Metcalf and Jalen Waddle if you don't have a good enough quarterback. Now, if you make this move and you have a win-now team, that's going to make this team extremely attractive to free agent and trade quarterbacks. But if you don't have a first-round pick, it'll be a little bit tougher to trade for a quarterback, right? So I think it all depends on how the Steelers feel about the quarterback situation here in Pittsburgh. If they feel like Rodgers has a terrific chance of coming back for another season, if Rodgers has even told them, hey, if you go get Jalen Waddle, I'll probably come back and play for you next year. Maybe he's said something like that. I know some Steelers fans would be like, we already have our future at quarterback in Will Howard, but like a 6th-round pick who hasn't played a single snap in the NFL, do they really have that much confidence that he's going to be, the guy? Because we might be in like a J.J. McCarthy situation here, only more risky because McCarthy was a 1st-round pick. Will Howard would be the completely unproven entity as a 6th-round pick.
I mean,
so like I know they like Will a lot. I like Will a lot. It just seems like if the plan, the plan is go Will Howard after Aaron Rodgers, that seems like a really risky move to me.
I'll throw this out to you. There was reports, grumblings early in the season that Anthony Richardson wasn't play for the Steelers.
No.
You wouldn't be happy with that?
No.
Okay.
Tomlin has openly said that he thinks Anthony Richardson stinks.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he did say that we don't want Joe Flacco in the game.
But like, if you get Jalen Waddle and you trade a 1st-round pick to get him, what that means is that the Steelers are not going to quote-unquote rebuild anytime soon. And what their plan is that they're going to continue to just take on the best possible veteran quarterback they can every single season until they eventually, find their right quarterback somewhere down the line. And, the Steelers have certainly taken the posture, especially over the last 2 years, where they're like, okay, Cam Hayward's getting older, TJ Watt is getting older. We want to try and push for a Super Bowl so that these guys can retire as Super Bowl champions for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And if you trade for Jalen Waddle, then you're certainly putting this team in contention to do that. And that would be a huge needle-moving move where you're getting a star-caliber number 2 receiver. Now, my guess is either Calvin Austin III or Roman Wilson would be included in that deal if they end up making the Waddle trade.
I think more likely Roman.
It'd probably be 1st-round pick, Roman, and then maybe one other piece, so either another player or another mid-round pick is probably what the price tag would be. If the price tag is 2 first-round picks for Waddle, I'm out. I'm not giving up 2 years of first-round picks for Waddle. I don't think he's that valuable. But, like, listen, man, like, you never know who's going to be available via trade next year. You never know if
who's available right now.
You never know if Matthew Stafford might be available next offseason. You don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be coming back next year. Kyler Murray certainly seems like he could be made available by this time next year. Tua's going to be available, even though I would not want Tua here in Pittsburgh. Justin Fields will almost certainly be available again. We know Tomlin likes Fields. Who else could be available next year? Ponzi. Definitely not Daniel Jones now.
I have a listicle here of
I'm looking at I'm just looking at the start. Geno Smith would be available, even though he has taken a big step back this year. But he would be another option. Then I don't think that the Cowboys will trade Dak next year. He's just playing too well.
I don't know, man.
Like,
I will say,
if they're embracing a rebuild, Dak would be awesome if they could get him. But he's played so well. If you don't have a first round pick, I don't think you have the juice to go get him.
You'd have to trade it first.
Yeah, that's what I would say too.
Although that would be kind of electric to see Dak Prescott on the Steelers.
I'm just trying to look at which guys could be made available at the trade deadline next or via trade next year. Not Baker, not Kirk. I mean, Kirk will be available. You don't get Kirk. Bryce Young could be available next year. That's a possibility, but I don't love that idea, honestly. These smaller quarterbacks with smaller hands playing in Pittsburgh, just don't love it. Don't love the idea.
Sorry.
Matthew Stafford, maybe best case scenario. LA wants to move on from him. They were very close to doing it this year. I think Stafford might retire, but we'll see on that. I don't know, man. I really don't know.
KTH Clips with the $1. Thank you.
I don't want to get people's hopes up too high because, like,
oh my God,
I still think, what is this? Mapletron? Nah, fam.
I'd rather bring it back Corvette than Mapletron.
I mean, Mapletron is done. He's done. But appreciate the $3 there, KTH. Big shout out to you. $5 from Pizzle Fizzle. So shout out to the best host on YouTube, Jack Sperry, and the Steelers need to go get Jennings. He's a Tennessee Volunteer for life and an absolute dog. I would love Jawan Jennings.
Yeah.
Especially because he's one of those guys, Ponzi, where if he's being shopped, you could get him for a 5th or a 6th round pick.
Yeah.
You could.
I just don't know how likely the 49ers are to shop.
Yeah, and that's the question with the 49ers, right? Is how close is Ayuk to returning? What's the injury situation with everybody else?
I don't know.
My mind just continues to be on potentially trading a first-round pick for Jalen Waddle. That would be.
I know we're hyping everyone up here.
No, that would be.
And it's not that we don't.
So electric, man.
I think a lot of people in the chat are confusing that we hate Will Howard here. It's
not
bad.
I don't hate Will Howard. I just think that to make him, your future at quarterback is extremely risky.
And who knows? Maybe it does pan out. But I mean,
I hope it does. But by the way, man, like in an AFC where you got a number of superstars that you're gonna have to compete with over the next.
Gardner now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about at quarterback. Lamar Jackson. You've got Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Drake May. You got a bunch of just high-end Joe Burrow, elite quarterback talents. I think best case scenario for Will Howard is like a guy like Derek Carr, where, very upright base, good arms, good deep balls, decent mental processors, but they're limited. Yep. Like, that's the way I view Will Howard. And there's nothing wrong with Derek Carr. I thought Derek Carr was a very solid starting quarterback in this league for a long time, but he didn't win playoff games in the AFC his entire career. I think he finished his career without a single playoff win. So, like, in this conference, you got to have star talent. And even if Will Howard pans out, guys, I just don't know if he's going to be the guy that can command $60+ million per season and be a star quarterback on the level of a Mahomes or a Lamar or a Joe Burrow. And, like, as much as I want Will Howard to succeed, I have to be objective in what my actual opinions are on him, which is that he's a limited quarterback. He just is. He's not a special playmaker out of structure. Frankly, for most of the season last year, he wasn't a great mental processor. The consistency on his football wasn't fantastic. He would throw a lot of wobblers last year at Ohio State. Now, he played his best ball down the stretch, in the college football playoff when you want a guy to be playing your best ball. But, like, it was risky for the Vikings to, in a win-now season, to turn to a first-round pick that was completely unproven. It would be even more risky for the Steelers to turn to an unproven 6th-round pick at quarterback. That's all I'm saying right there. And I think that's fair to say, all right? But I'm not anti-Will Howard. I'm just not. I think he's a great kid.
Yeah, and a lot of people are saying Tom Brady's a 6th-rounder, but, like, Tom Brady was 1 in a million.
Yeah. Tom Brady was I think he's the only 6th-round pick in the history of the NFL to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think so.
And, like
quarterback.
And, like, we think Will Howard's going to be Tom Brady? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, man? Like, come on.
I'd love to be clipped in, like, 5 years.
Yeah, I'd love for him to be Tom Brady. The thing is, there's only been one Tom Brady in the history of the National Football League. That's the reality.
Charles Castro saying, I'm an Ohio State fan, and Howard was in an unreal situation with Chip Kelly and all the players around him, and he still had moments where he made pretty bad mistakes.
Yes, the Northwestern game last year.
I mean, even
ugly.
The Oregon game.
Ugly. Oregon game last year. Ugly. All
Michigan.
right. But, like, that's not anti-Will Howard, guys. That's just, me going from a team-building perspective. All right? That's not anti-Will Howard, though. $5 from Michael. Says, why not trade Smith or Muth to the Packers for Dobbs or Watson since they lost Kraft for the year?
I don't think they're going to get rid of Dobbs, though.
Yeah, Dobbs has been so good for them. Between those two, Watson would probably be the most likely. And Watson played a little bit with Rodgers.
The Steelers.
So, like, that might be a sneaky name there, Michael. I don't hate that idea, but, I think the Steelers like their tight ends. I really do. I don't think they're looking to trade either one of those guys. But not a bad idea there, Michael. It's an interesting idea for sure. $5 from Ragu says, I truly believe our future QB is already on the roster, learning and eager from Aaron Rodgers. I mean,
maybe.
Maybe. More than free to feel that way, Ragu. I know he's a very likable kid, and he's got pretty good arm, and he's got good size, and he can run in a straight line pretty well. But like he's not a dynamic rusher of the football where he's making guys miss out in space or anything like that. He doesn't have elite speed as a quarterback, so like he's not going to be able to rely on his legs. And then I think the accuracy was inconsistent at Ohio State last year. And I thought that the mental processing was inconsistent as well. So I'm rooting for Will Howard. I really am. But, like, to give him the keys when he hasn't proven anything, and especially if the Steelers trade for Waddle and they're, like, really going all in on winning now, to give the keys to Will Howard in the same conference as Mahomes and Lamar and all these guys, I think it would be a giant risk, and I don't like the odds of it working out, personally. That's just my personal opinion, though. $2 from Gaming says, Con, don't be cheap. Go all in. The window is small. And, Gaming is right here. The window is small with Rodgers. And
maybe 2.
It's maybe 2 years. Now, if you trade your first round pick this year for Waddle, you certainly put into question your ability to get a future franchise quarterback next year. But you can make an argument, the QB class is just not that great this year, and the Steelers won't be in position to go get one next year anyways, so you might as well just run it back with Rodgers or a different veteran next year and let Will Howard have another year of development. Maybe he shows you some things in preseason next year that make you think he can be the guy, and you go from there. Maybe you take a quarterback in 2027. Maybe you don't. Maybe you stick with Will Howard. Maybe you find a reclamation project from somewhere that ends up working out here in Pittsburgh. I don't know. I just know that the Steelers went into this season with the plan to take a quarterback in the first round next year. Now, maybe that plan has changed. Maybe that plan has changed because they expect Rodgers to be back next year. Maybe that plan has changed because they really love what they're seeing from Will Howard. Maybe that plan has changed because the quarterback class isn't what they thought it was going to be heading into the year. Those things are all possibilities. And if they trade a first-round pick for Jalen Waddle today, they clearly have a good feeling about the long-term future at the quarterback position, and they're going all in this year.
Let's get a little bit of recap going on with trades.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so the big one of the day, Sauce Gardner goes to by the way, the Steelers have made a couple signings here, so we'll hit this. They've signed DB Daquan Hardy to the practice squad, and they have brought back Mark Robinson.
Yeah, I'll get that as social.
So that's from Mike DeFabo if you want to get that, Ponzi. But Mark Robinson is back, and Daquan Hardy is being signed to the practice squad. we'll get you guys an update on those guys here coming up. We won't be doing a video on that, though, Ponzi. We're going to wait for a trade. But Sauce Gardner was the big ticket item probably of the entire day. Shocking move. Nobody saw it coming. 2 first-round picks going back to the Jets, and Adonai Mitchell, a very talented former second-rounder, pairing him up with Garrett Wilson. And Sauce Gardner now goes to the Indianapolis Colts. My biggest takeaway on this trade, guys, is that the Colts are going all in, not only on this season, but also on their quarterback, Daniel Jones. And even after having a really poor performance, frankly, versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, they feel confident in him as their franchise quarterback, and them giving up their potential ability to draft a first-round quarterback in the next 2 years shows just how confident they are in him, and he's likely to get an extension moving forward. So, Colts are going to be the Colts for sure moving forward. Then, Jacoby Myers got traded earlier today, not to the Steelers, but to the Jaguars. I think it's a really good move for the Jags. I think it's a really fair trade package here and compensation for Myers' services, a 4th and a 6th round pick to Las Vegas in exchange for Myers, who is a really good route runner, really reliable hands, big body, tough guy, perfect fit inside that Jaguars offense, and great complement to Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter. And really the type of receiver that Trevor Lawrence really needed inside that Liam Cohen offense. So big pickup for Jacksonville. Unfortunately, the Steelers didn't pull that off. But if they get Jalen Waddle, I think we're all going to be jumping for joy, and we're going to forget Jacoby Myers even existed. Then earlier today also, the Cowboys landed Logan Wilson from the Cincinnati Bengals. He stinks. This is a bad trade.
It's a bad trade.
It's a bad
It's a terrible trade.
I mean, I know you only give up a 7th-round pick, but, Logan Wilson
he's our
fucking
solution.
blows to Jerry Jones doesn't know what he's doing.
Hey. There's just not enough slices of the pie. We got to get Logan Wilson.
Yeah.
We got to get an underwhelming linebacker who got benched. We're going to get this Rashid Shaheed trade up here real quick. It was a 4th and a 5th, right?
What's that?
For Shaheed?
Yeah, 4th and a 5th, both next year. So the Steelers have released John Rice Plumlee and edge rusher KJ Henry in corresponding moves. So Plumlee was just signed a couple days ago, so he's already off the team. But Mark Robinson and Daquan Hardy are the additions that the Steelers are making. Last night, we had another trade in the AFC North. Draymond Jones going to the Baltimore Ravens as a rotational edge rusher in exchange for a conditional 5th-round pick. I think the Ravens actually overpaid here. I don't think Jones was worth that, especially if he gets 2 sacks and the Ravens make the playoffs. Those are the 2 conditions. If those 2 things happen, that pick turns into a 4th-round pick, and that's certainly too much, in my opinion, for Draymond Jones.
Let's see. Yeah, here we go.
And then we got this one here. This was another big-ticket item that happened yesterday morning. Jalen Phillips from the Dolphins going to the Philadelphia Eagles. The Dolphins are certainly in full fire sale mode right now, and to get a 3rd-round pick for Phillips, decent compensation for somebody that still has a lot of upside, still a young player, and the Eagles, of course, just keep getting richer. There's a report that the Eagles offered 3 first-round picks for Myles Garrett. They ended up not coming to that deal, and Garrett stays in Cleveland, and Phillips ends up going to Philly for a 3rd-round selection. Then Rashid Shaheed, another receiver that the Steelers were apparently calling about all season long, said a 4th and 5th-round pick. For me, guys, this would have been too much if the Steelers would have got him. I don't think that, I don't think that this is a piece that would have added something to the Steelers' offense. But he does add something to the Seahawks' offense, which is a true, legit deep threat, which they didn't really have outside of Jackson Smith and Jigba, who could separate vertically, but nobody else on their team was really a true field stretching, vertical threat to take the top off the defense, and that's going to open up so many opportunities underneath for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Great move by Seattle. I think it's, honestly, Seattle might have slightly overpaid for Shaheed because he's kind of a one-trick pony. But
and on that contract last year.
Yeah, and he's on the final year of his contract, but he's going back to play with Clint Kubiak. I think it works out for both sides. I think it's decent compensation for the Saints, and the Seahawks get a player that makes their offense better. So I think everybody wins there.
I'm going to get the one with the social. I'm going to get the one with the releases as well.
Okay, sounds good. That one's from Farabah, I believe.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting. I would say Jalen Waddle, Deebo Samuel, Calvin Ridley, Jawan Jennings are probably the names that I'd be watching if the Steelers make a move. And honestly, at this point, that's a relatively big if. I don't think it's a done deal that the Steelers make a trade for a receiver today. They did add MVS to the roster today, and it was to the practice squad roster, by the way. But this is the news here that we have right now. The Steelers have signed Mark Robinson and Daquan Hardy. Hardy is a Penn State alum, undersized guy, kind of like that's your replacement for Beanie Bishop, honestly.
Yeah.
Like Daquan is 178 pounds. He's a slot guy, practice squad level dude. Just replaces Beanie Bishop Jr. So maybe I think what the Beanie release yesterday was, Ponzi, was probably, I'm not getting any opportunities to play. I think I can get chances to play elsewhere. I think Beanie probably asked to be released. That's what I think.
Yeah.
$5 from Ian Grove says, so my question is, on a day like today, what does it look like to be an NFL player? Are they at home or in the office with the coaches? They're at the office today. Yeah, they're just in the locker room. Obviously, if they get traded, they get notified and they have to pack up and they have to go, and that can be pretty sad and a little awkward. But they're working today. $2 from Saucin Sports says, why are we freaking idiots? We will never win. I think he's referring to the Steelers not trading for a receiver, at least not yet. But, I mean, if some of the reports from the guys from NFL Network are correct, they might be hunting for a bigger fish here. So I wouldn't speak too soon there, Saucin. $10 from Rad Doctor, one of the real ones, man. We appreciate you. $5 from Autumn McCaddy. Says Makai Lemon from USC. He's pretty good. 2026 NFL draft. He is pretty good, man. Now, there's some people in Steelers Nation that want the quarterback there, Mayava, to be the draft pick next year. Honestly, I don't know if he's a first-round guy. I think he's probably a mid-round guy if he comes out. Decent arm talent. He can mentally process a defense, which is nice, but not like a special arm. Not a whole lot of out-of-structure playmaking ability. Almost no mobility from him either. So, plus he's in an offense that definitely caters to the quarterbacks and kind of limits the weaknesses of quarterbacks for sure. Jordan, $2 says, is Deebo Samuel the answer? I think it's a potential answer. The Steelers were interested in Deebo Samuel and trading for him the first year Arthur Smith was here. So Arthur likes him, okay? He's a big body guy that run blocks, and you want to talk about guys that would add something to the Steelers offense. Deebo is one of the more versatile gadget pieces in the league, okay? He's got good hands. That's something that really gets forgotten about Deebo, is he's actually got really strong hands, but he's not the best man-to-man separator, so you wouldn't be getting that in his game. But he is a very good yards after the catch threat, makes people miss. You can line him up in the backfield. You can line him up in the slot. You can run jet sweeps and orbit motions, and you can get creative in the screen game with a guy like Deebo Samuel. And then also something to keep in mind is that the Steelers' offense is very, very quick game, get the ball out of Rodgers' hands centric. And Deebo is one of the best receivers in the league. And by the way, still, it's not like he's completely cooked, all right? He has 4 touchdowns this season. Jacoby Myers, by the way, the guy that everybody wanted, has 0 touchdowns this year. He has more yards from scrimmage than Jacoby Myers has this year. All right, Deebo is still a good player. Now, he doesn't bring the route running stuff, and I understand that people want route running. But you do have Calvin Austin III, who runs a full route tree. And you do have DK Metcalf, who's got a limited route tree, but the stuff that he runs really, really freaking well. So you get a guy in Deebo that can be, a little bit of a yak threat. We know this offense likes to get the ball to playmakers out in space. He can be an excellent run blocker, and he can come in on 12 personnel and provide more in that regard than what Calvin Austin III is capable of providing. For a 5th-round pick, man, and 1-year rental, this is a guy that's been to the Super Bowl multiple times. He's been a contributor on special teams and as a running back and as a receiver. He's still one of the most versatile wide receivers in the game in that regard in terms of ways you can use him. So if you're looking for somebody that can add an element to the Steelers' offense, Deebo Samuel is one of the guys that can do that. Now, maybe it doesn't bring the element that a lot of people want, which is man-to-man separation as a route runner, but he would add something to this offense. $2 Steelers fan says, can we just trade a 2027 first-round pick? It's possible, but I don't think the Dolphins want a first-round pick in 2027. Like, for Waddle, they want a first-round pick next year because they don't want to wait a whole calendar year before they use the big-ticket item in this trade. Like, they want to draft somebody next year if they're going to trade Jalen Waddle. So, unfortunately, that's probably not in the cards there, Noah, and that's probably the reason why, is because it just takes too long for them to get the player in exchange for Waddle. $10 from Gary says, hey, Jack, hey, Ponzi, is it true that we released Beanie Bishop today? He wasn't that bad of a player. I thought he had a decent year last year.
Yeah.
Backup level slot is the best way I can describe Beanie. And he was a practice squad guy here. He probably felt like, hey, I had 4 interceptions last year. I was a starter for this team for half the season. I played pretty decently. I want to go, if you're not going to play me this year, if you don't see a role with me, let me hit the market and let me see what I can do elsewhere. And I think the Steelers had enough respect for him to give him that opportunity. So best of luck to Beanie Bishop, man. Hopefully, he's a good kid, and I'm hoping that he can, land and stick somewhere. $5 from Gary says, if they are truly trying for this trade, don't you think? So he's talking about Waddle here. Yes. Do you think they have already had discussions with Rodgers? Certainly, sure. Certainly possible. And the only way it makes sense, Gary, to trade your first-round pick for a receiver right now is if you feel really good about your quarterback position heading into the future. Whether that's we feel good about getting another veteran quarterback next year, whether that's Rodgers coming back, whether that's maybe bringing back Justin Fields, maybe that's trading for Matthew Stafford, maybe that's bringing in Kyler Murray. There's going to be options, again, next offseason to go get a quarterback. And obviously, if you don't have a first-round pick, you can't draft a quarterback in the first round unless you trade up.
Do something else.
Exactly. But you have to think, if they make this trade and they trade a first-round pick and more, by the way, it's going to cost more than just a first-round pick. If they could trade a first-round pick and more for Jalen Waddle, they have to feel pretty good about not only their short-term but also their long-term options at quarterback. $2 at the Mikado says, Khan's draft's been so good, I'm okay with no trades. Yeah, man, I personally, I'm actually okay if the Steelers don't make a trade today. I know a lot of Steelers fans will not be, and there will be, a tantrum being thrown on Steelers Twitter tonight by a lot of people if they don't make a trade. But, this offense is already pretty darn good. It has its limitations, and it would be nice to add another element to the receiver room. But at the same time, this has been a successful offense to the degree that we needed this offense to play this year. And it seems like this defense has kind of turned a corner a little bit with their performance against the Colts, and they've kind of found their winning formula on that side of the ball. And, I think, we could be looking at one of the more well-balanced football teams in the National Football League here in the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's even if they don't make any moves, okay? So I think, to the Mikado's point here, Khan's been pretty darn good at drafting to this point. So, having more draft picks, I think, would be a good thing to secure the future of this football team moving forward. So, whatever they decide to do, man, I'm going to trust Omar Khan to make the right call here. But Justin, with a 2, says, can we trade for Minka? No, we can't. We can't.
2 calendar years.
You have to wait 2 calendar years before you can trade for a player that you previously traded to a different team. Now, if the Dolphins release him, then you can sign him, but they're not going to do that. So
reportedly from Ricky that the Cowboys have a deal in place for Minka Fitzpatrick.
That would be a big get for Dallas.
That'd be a good fit.
That'd be a good addition for Dallas for sure.
Starting Donovan Wilson.
But yeah, Minka won't be a Steeler. So no, that's not a possibility. If there's a big name safety that's out there, Budda Baker, but that would be a bit surprising to me.
Seems like they really like him as their foundation.
And they won yesterday. Their season's not done. They don't feel like their season's done yet. $5 from Extreme Junior 17 says, what is your thoughts on starting Will Howard? I think it's a great risk, especially if he doesn't get a chance to play before you anoint him the starter. And, I understand why people want it because I understand why people like Will Howard. He's a great kid. He works hard. He comes with the right attitude. He's got good size. He's got good arm strength. He played his best football in clutch moments, and he's a champion in college football. Like, as a 6th-round dart throw, I really like the idea of going and getting Will Howard. But, like, if you have a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl and Will Howard hasn't played at all, and Rodgers, say, retires this year and your choices are Will Howard or go get a different veteran to start, I would rather go get the veteran to start over Will Howard personally because, like, we're seeing what's happening with Minnesota right now. They had a Super Bowl-ready roster this year. They ended up going with J.J. McCarthy. And listen, man, maybe J.J.'s great down the stretch. But to this point, even though they just upset the Lions, I don't think anyone's thinking Minnesota's going to win a Super Bowl this year, right? I think they're really regretting not going and getting Aaron Rodgers this offseason because they have a roster that's really ready to win, and I don't think they have a quarterback that's ready to win. And if you go with Will Howard next year, if Rodgers retires, you're going to have a win-now roster with somebody that will be in his first year starting. And even if Will Howard is good next year, Ponzi, first-time playoff quarterbacks are terrible in the playoffs. Like, they have like a 90% lose rate. So, like, is that really the option that's going to lead us to Super Bowls?
The only one that really had a great rookie run was Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Jaden. Certainly Big Ben had success his rookie season too.
Big Ben had one too.
And I think that's why Steelers fans are really keen on giving a rookie quarterback a chance to start in a win now season because it's worked for this franchise before. But it doesn't happen very often, right? So. I like Will Howard. I'm wishing him the best of luck. But in the AFC with Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and now Drake May and all these superstar I think I said Josh Allen, but all these superstar quarterbacks, you have to have somebody. If you want to consistently compete in this league, you have to have one of those guys.
Yeah.
And if you don't have one of those guys, you have to put together an elite roster around a competent quarterback. That's what they're doing this year with Rodgers. If you don't have an elite roster, you need a Mahomes or an Allen or a Lamar to compete, all right? Not only to win, but to even just compete at the highest level come January. And, like, for me, my high-end comp on Will Howard was Derek Carr coming out. And Derek Carr, nothing wrong with that. Franchise-level quarterback, made a lot of money,
Did not win a playoff
put up a lot of stats, but, like, he was limited. And because of that, he never won a playoff game in his entire career.
Well, actually, one playoff appearance.
One playoff appearance.
He did carry that Raiders team in 2016.
Now, I would say Howard's more athletic. He can run better than Carr can, but just from a stylistic standpoint, they're pretty similar. And I think that's probably like the high-end comp is like a Ryan Tannehill type or Derek Carr type. And I don't think that that's going to be something, especially once you get to that second contract where he has to command $55, $60+ million per season and he has to carry the team. I just don't think that that's a sustainable model for sustained success here in Pittsburgh. You got to have a superstar at quarterback or you got to have an awesome team. I just don't see Howard being that guy.
His ceiling is a replacement level starter.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I don't want to live in purgatory forever. I'd rather Sperry. Justin says Sperry. The Howard stands are delusional. Listen, man. I get the appeal. I do, but at the same time, man, like this is an upside league. Okay, like you have to compete with the superstars in this league, and if you want to be, the Chiefs that are in the contention every year, if you want to be the Ravens who are at the top of the conference every year, if you want to be the Bills and you're in AFC Championship games every year, and you're not riding the wave season to season, right? You want to stay at the top consistently. You got to have an elite quarterback, and I just don't see the elite upside with Will Howard. I will acknowledge though that he could be like a replacement level, mid-level starter in this league. That is his ceiling. Okay, he's got some nice physical tools. He's got some good size. He can throw a nice deep ball. There's certain things to like about Will Howard. But, like, is he going to be the superstar, carry a team type of guy that, you have to have if you're going to sustainably be a contender? I don't think that he has that upside. And then also he has the downside of the floor of being just like a backup guy. So, like, you're running a pretty big risk if you go with Will Howard as your future franchise quarterback. $5 from Justin Gordon. Says, deadline, please hurry. All this trade deadline crap is new. after 2019. Steelers made their bed when they sent 14 away and got 81. They built what they wanted. 100%. Like, I don't disagree with this whatsoever. Justin makes a good point. Where, like, this offense is built to run with heavy personnel with multiple tight ends. It's how it's built, okay? And for better or worse, that's the reality. You're paying 2 tight ends top 10 money. And, like, if you get Jalen Waddle, you know, you're going to have to play way more 11 personnel with 3 receivers, because unless they just straight up bench Calvin Austin, which is a possibility, honestly. But Jay Glazer says that the Jets may not be done yet. So that could mean Quinnen Williams or Garrett Wilson.
Importantly, the Cowboys were, and I think it was 49ers were interested in Jermaine Johnson.
What's up?
Cowboys and 49ers were interested in Jermaine Johnson, if I remember correctly, from Ricky.
Okay.
Which is, yeah.
$2 from Adrian says, go all in this year. The next year, hire a coach QB. How does that make sense? Go all in this year, but next year you're firing your head coach? I don't know. I think
that's something I would have.
If you don't believe in Mike Tomlin, you should not be buying right now.
Don't go all in.
You should not go all in. If you don't believe in Mike Tomlin, you should not go all in. Plain simply. If you don't think Mike Tomlin can deliver a Super Bowl, do not send a first-round pick for Jalen Waddle. All right? Now, I think Mike Tomlin could theoretically deliver a Super Bowl to Pittsburgh again. So I would be open to the idea. But I would need to know what our plan is at quarterback next year. And I'd have to know pretty darn solidly that Aaron Rodgers would be coming back next season if you're going to make this move.
I mean, I feel like you make that Jalen Waddle trade if Aaron Rodgers comes back. I think I'm talking myself out of this, but I don't know.
FJ3000, $2. Appreciate you, FJ. $5 from Gary Frank says, I hear the Browns are looking to throw Deshaun Watson in whatever deal they do next for free. LOL. Deshaun's a fucking joke,
You couldn't give me – if the Browns gave me a first-rounder and Deshaun Watson, I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm taking that.
$5 from FJ again says, in my opinion, we have no business trading a first-rounder. We will possibly need a cornerback or even a left tackle, depending on how Jones finishes this season. Well, yeah, I think corner will be, it will be a need, and I think left tackle is a possibility. But I'm looking at that wouldn't be my objection, FJ. My objection to sending a first-round pick, my number one objection would be, what's the plan at quarterback? Because until you get a star-level guy, an elite-caliber dude, you can't sustainably have success in this league. That's just the reality of the situation. And they're rare, and they're hard to find, but you have to keep trying to find them. It's a must. It's just that important to have an elite-caliber quarterback, right? So if you have a good, and I'm going to keep reiterating this, if you feel really good about Rodgers coming back, or at least you feel really good about your chance of getting another Rodgers-like quarterback next year, somebody that's a veteran that can be somebody that can win a Super Bowl with a win-now-ready roster, then okay, go get Jalen Waddle. Lock up this wide receiver duo for the next half decade. I think that's it's an interesting idea. It's a little bit risky, of course. Trading around first-round picks is not exactly great business, but when you're getting a star-level player who's only 26 years old, one of the most electric playmakers in the game, and you're pairing him up with another electric playmaker in DK Metcalf, that's a wide receiver duo that could feed families in Pittsburgh for many years to come. So I would be open to it if I knew that there was a solid plan in place at quarterback. But I hear you, FJ. I hear you. $2 from Richard. Thank you so much for the donation there, Richard. You're the best. Jake Sanchez with a 2 says, how about a running back like Breece Hall? Steelers like their 3 running backs, man. I don't know where this running back thing comes from. Jaylen Warren is like a top 6 running back in the league right now in most, efficiency metrics. He's been awesome. And then you got Kenny Gainwell, who's been a really nice change of pace back. He made a couple mistakes last week against the Colts, but generally he's been pretty good. He ran for over 100 yards against the Vikings. And then Caleb Johnson is your future at the position. So, I just don't see the Steelers being in on a running back today. Jake, that's just my honest opinion. $5 from Gary Frank says, not sure Fields would be better than Mason or Howard, I think that would be a mistake. I don't disagree with you on that, Gary, okay? Like, you guys remember my offseason coverage. I am not a Justin Fields guy. I only mention Justin Fields' name because we know Mike Tomlin likes him. But I would not be an advocate to bring back Justin Fields. I would rather go with Will Howard than Justin Fields. We've had 5 years of knowing what Justin Fields is. He's not a Super Bowl caliber quarterback, at least not to this point. All right, Will Howard, maybe there's something there. Maybe. But, again, my number one, the number one way that you get a franchise quarterback is you draft one and you develop him in-house. That's the number one way that you get him, all right? Joe Burrow with Cincinnati, Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City, Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, Drake May, New England Patriots, Jaden Daniels, Washington, lots of like the top 10 guys were drafted by the team that took them or stars with the teams that drafted them. So usually that's the way that you go get your franchise quarterback. Now, sometimes you can get a Sam Darnold, and sometimes you can get a Daniel Jones, and you can get an Aaron Rodgers, for example. But obviously Rodgers isn't a long-term answer at the position. But like, to find that guy that's going to be your franchise caliber star level dude that can make you a sustainable winner and can command $55-60 million per season and win a Super Bowl. Those guys are few and far between, and it's tough to find them. But if the Steelers want to be as good as they want to be and they want to consistently compete for championships, that's the guy you got to try to find. So that's where I'm at with that. All right, before we get into more Super Chats and more trade discussion, make sure you guys check out our friends here at Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action is even better this season on Prize Picks. The weather might be changing, but the feeling of being right never gets old. So keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. On Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, choose the Flex Play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the Power Play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app. You guys can take a look at my Prize Picks projection for this week's matchup versus the Chargers. I'm taking the more on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Justin Herbert. So download the Prize Picks app today if you haven't already. Use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Kind of recapping some of the trades around. Browns sent Joe Tryon-Shoyinka for a 7th to Chicago. And then, of course,
we're at the 2-hour mark now, guys. Less than 2 hours away from the NFL trade deadline. The Steelers have still not made a move for
anything
at this point. But Kyle Duggar, but that was obviously not today.
Obviously, talk about more today. Of course. The most recent trade is the Seahawks receiving Rashid Shaheed in exchange for a 2026 4th and a 5th round pick. I think it's a fair trade for both parties. I think the Saints got a little bit more draft capital back. They were lacking a little bit. And then, of course, the Colts with the blockbuster trade of the day. I mean, who saw this coming?
Nobody, man. There's some talk about Quinnen Williams being available, but nobody was really talking about Sauce. And what this move tells me, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. The Colts are putting their resources and their faith in Daniel Jones to be the guy that can deliver them a Super Bowl within the next few seasons.
Imagine saying that. At the beginning of this year.
It's crazy, man. If you would have told me midway through the season that this team would be buying as much as they are here and going out and getting this level of player and sending not only 2 first-round picks but a really talented young receiver in Adonai Mitchell to the Jets. I mean, what a haul for the Jets. I think that, if Sauce was kind of unhappy there in New York and you wanted to kind of move off of him, he's a great player, but, man, those 2 first-round picks, you're going to have 4 first-round draft picks in the next 2 years. Those picks could be the foundation of their future in New York for sure. So right now, James Palmer from Bleacher Report says, I've been hearing Pittsburgh is definitely out there being aggressive talking on the Bleacher Report live stream here today, says they are looking at different players. Pittsburgh is one of those teams throughout the morning that has been mentioned to me as an aggressive team. So for all the Omar Khan sleeping memes out there, it appears that Omar is in fact working the phones. He's looking to see what he can kind of cobble together here, and we'll see if they can add somebody. We got 2 more hours to go here, so don't go anywhere. We will have breaking news coverage when and if the Steelers. Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys.
Wow.
There it is, the second one of the day. The second blockbuster sell job for the Jets. We've been dead
for a little bit here.
Quinnen Williams is a Cowboy now, sending a first-round pick and more to the Jets.
Wow.
So the Jets will have 3 first-round picks next year.
Is that going to be their own or the Packers?
We'll see.
Most assuredly, it's got to be their own, though.
Okay, so New York. Okay, never mind. So on the same day, Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner.
Who had that?
For the Quinnen, I think it was Ian. I think it was Rat.
Another blockbuster.
So the Jets are just full scale fire sale mode. Williams and Sauce, dude, those are 2 like stud players. Because here's the risk with this fire sale of trading Williams and Sauce, because those 2 are young star players. Okay, they're tough to replace. You have to hit on these first round picks,
and I don't know if they will.
It's like, dude, this kind of fire sale where like usually when you trade players off, you don't trade young stars with multiple years left on their deal. That's just not something that you usually do, because they can be foundational building blocks for you as their careers go on. But
I mean, it's like the whole thing. This is what I don't get about the Cowboys.
By the way, this is another one here.
What happened?
From Ricky. He says, boo, the Cowboys and 49ers both expected to add a defensive lineman before Tuesday's trade deadline. So replacing Micah Parsons with Quinnen Williams is a legit move right there. Like that's
my whole thing. Is that like, if the Cowboys use their own first round pick, I think this is a bad trade. A little bit. I don't know if Quinnen makes your defense so much better.
So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure put on the Jets' new GM over the next 2 seasons, because they're going to have probably 3 first-round draft picks at least in 2026. And who knows? This might even be for multiple first-round picks. But Rappaport had it, said blockbuster. Cowboys are trading for Jets Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams, one of the best interior pass rushers in the game, sending a first-round pick and more to the Jets, per the insiders. A new home for one of the NFL's best team that values interior defensive linemen, and the New York Jets build for the future. All right, man. Well,
wow. I mean, was Jerry? I mean, he was saying yesterday. He was saying some crazy stuff. He was like, "We have multiple trades in place. We're just waiting for the right time." And
I guess this was the right time.
I guess it's the right time.
That is a massive move. We'll see what
Quinnen Williams, one of the best defensive tackles in the league. I mean,
and who knows? They might even land Minka by the end of the day too. I mean, the Cowboys sitting at 3-5-1
are buying.
They're buying. So they're going all in on Shoddy. They're going all in on this season, and we'll see where it ends up. But they clearly believe in Schottenheimer as head coach. They clearly believe in the offense and what they can do.
Rap said, expect this to be the Cowboys first. So that's actually going to be a pretty good pick. So,
yeah.
I mean.
So, yeah, that's not bad. If you're not giving up 2 first-round picks, you're pretty much swapping Micah Parsons for Quinnen Williams, and you still get a first-round pick in the deal. So that's honestly not bad GM.
Plus you got Kenny Clark.
And you got Kenny Clark out of the deal as well. Now, how much of a long-term option is he? Who knows? But obviously, the Cowboys are gearing up to try and make a push for the NFC East this year, or at least just make the playoffs in the NFC.
Which could happen. So, I don't know if we're going to get the full trade details. We're going to try to get that as much as possible. But for now, all we know is that it's probably the Cowboys first and a player or a picks.
Yeah, we'll see what we'll get you guys the official trade details when they come in. But let's get back to Super Chats here.
Jets fire sale.
I mean, could Garrett Wilson be next?
This would be the.
I mean,
this would be.
That would be crazy, man. Steelers send their first-round pick for Garrett Wilson. Dan Flaherty with the 2 says Watt and DK for Alan Lazard.
I'm all for it.
Let's do it. Why not? Fuck. We got to go all in.
All in on Alan Lazard.
We got to go all in, all right? $10 from Rogers Steelers says, do you think the Steelers will hold off on trading a first-round pick, being that the draft is in Pittsburgh next year and they want to make a splash for their hometown? Yeah, man, like if you would have told me yesterday that the Steelers would be, seen as one of the more aggressive teams looking for a big-name receiver today, I would have said no. Like I would have said, they're probably in the market for like a day 3 pick kind of guy, like a Deebo Samuel or Jawan Jennings, but like apparently they're trying to go for a bigger fish, according to some reports from people from Bleacher Report.
I just don't think
NFL Network. Like all these guys are saying the Steelers are being aggressive right now. So
do you really think it would be Garrett Wilson though? I don't think so, right?
But I wouldn't have said Quinnen Williams or Sauce Gardner either.
Well, I was saying more so because of Rodgers' relationship with Wilson. Apparently,
that's true. That's true. Yeah, with Rodgers' relationship with Wilson claims that their relationship is fine, but there was reports last year that if Rodgers would have returned to New York, he would have demanded a trade. Excuse me. So I don't know, man. But yeah, I think that the Steelers have been loading up on these draft picks this year, and I think their strategy was, okay, this is going to be a great quarterback class. We're going to have a chance to go take our franchise quarterback. But the way that it's kind of worked out in college football this year is that there's really 3 guys that I think are probably going to go for sure in the top 10. That'd be Ty Simpson, Dante Moore, and Fernando Mendoza. And then if Lenora Sellers comes out, which at this point is a dubious proposition, he would probably be the 4th guy. And then there's some other guys out there that, if they have a really good end to the season, maybe they put themselves in contention to be the 5th name. But, it's certainly not as extensive or as good as a class at the quarterback position as maybe they thought. And maybe they feel like, hey, we got Rodgers. We have the quarterback finally that can help us try and win a Super Bowl in the short term. And we have a guy like Jalen Waddle in our sights that's under contract for the next 5 years. All right, he just signed a new contract with the Miami Dolphins. And by the way, a lot of that came in signing bonus. So you're getting him at a pretty decent rate if you get him here, which is why he's so expensive. First-round pick and more is probably what it will cost for Jalen Waddle. But Waddle is a legitimate star player, man. He is electric, legitimate 4.3 speed, incredible explosion out of his breaks, one of the best yak receivers in the game. Like, if DK Metcalf is your big body dude that teams are just scared of with the size and speed combination, then Waddle would be the true electricity.
I will say, too, a lot of people are, saying, oh, well, we don't know if Aaron Rodgers is coming back. I assume they probably are talking to Rodgers if they're thinking about this. There's just no way, right? They're not that incompetent.
Yeah. So, listen, man, whatever they do, if Omar doesn't get a deal done today, I still think this team has what it takes to be like a legitimate team that can be dangerous in the AFC. Okay, I don't think that this is like make or break. We have to make a move or else we're going to, be terrible this year. Like, especially if the defense plays the way that it did versus the Colts the rest of the way. And I think that, with some of the schematic changes they've made, that's somewhat reasonable to expect. And the offense is playing at a top 15 level right now. They can run the football. They've got enough receiving weapons, in my opinion. They could certainly add another one. I'm certainly open.
All right. Apparently, the full expected trade came out for Quinnen.
Okay.
2026, 2nd and 1st, but Schefter just said that it's not final.
Okay. Well, we're still.
Maybe they're trying to get Jermaine Johnson in that deal.
Logie says trade 3 1s for Stroud. I mean, have you seen Stroud this year, man?
I mean, it's better.
And also, I don't think Houston's trading him. I don't think Houston's trading him.
Yeah.
At this point, he's just not. So, maybe down the road, Logie, if he continues to struggle the way that he has, I think there's a possibility in a world where he becomes available. And then, certainly if that's the case, I'd think about it. Because I think Stroud with a better supporting cast, specifically from offensive line and play calling perspective, can be a really good QB. So if they decide to move off of him in the years to come, and the Steelers are still looking for their franchise QB, Stroud's one of those guys that I would consider even trading a first-round pick for, potentially, if the right situation came up. $5 from Darian says, how's it going? It's going pretty good, Darian. I'm just sitting here waiting, seeing if Omar makes a move.
That's what we're doing right now.
We're
just reporting on everyone else's trades right now, but Connor sounds like he's been.
It sounds like he's been on the line. It sounds like he's been on the line, that he's making calls, and he's kind of like seeing like what the deals are out there. We'll see what he ends up coming together with. I don't think, the way that Omar operates, and something you got to know about Omar is that like he has his price, and he doesn't like to come off his price. Like, the front office comes up with the value of what that player is worth to the organization, and then they kind of give like take it or leave it style offers to teams. So $2 from Gary says, would you rule out Skyler as a future franchise quarterback? Yes, I would. 100%. Next question. Jerry Kirkland says, Khan dropped the ball on Shaheed and Myers. We'll see where we're at. I think Shaheed wasn't worth 4th and 5th round picks, especially not for the Steelers. I think that would have been too high of a price tag to get for Shaheed. Honestly, I think Calvin Austin III is a more complete wide receiver than Shaheed is. Okay, Shaheed is a really good deep threat, but he's undersized, just like Roman and Calvin are, and I just don't see what he would have brought to the table that Calvin and Roman can't bring. Like, if the Steelers are going to make a move and trade draft capital for a receiver, Jerry, I want them to go out and get somebody with a different skill set, somebody with maybe like a big body route runner, or maybe get another yak threat that can be used as a gadget piece like Deebo Samuel. Those are kind of the two things that I would love to see added to this offense, because it adds another element. I don't think Shaheed would have added another element, but yeah, man, with Jacoby Myers being linked to the Steelers for several weeks, it's a bummer that they weren't able to get a deal done for him. And like, even in the report where it said he's going to Jacksonville, in that report they said the Steelers were the other team involved in trade talks for him. So
Steelers had second place in trade negotiations.
So it certainly seems like Omar is working the phones, looking for that Plan B option right now. We've got a little bit under 2 hours to find out if and what that is. So we'll see what happens. $10 from Darian says, I've been a Steelers fan for years. I feel like with Tomlin, it's going to be a defensive player trade, if any, and not a receiver. It's just what we do, sadly. Well, last year they traded for a receiver, Darian. Was that not? I mean, that's what we did last year. We traded for an offensive piece. So, I'm so, thank you for the $10 super chat, Darian. We appreciate you. But, at the same time, I'm so tired of people saying the Steelers don't do this. But, dude, this is not the Kevin Colbert days anymore. We waited months for a quarterback to sign with us. Aaron Rodgers. Everybody told me that was not a Steeler thing to do. All right? They traded a second-round pick for a star receiver this offseason. That's not a Steeler thing to do, right? Omar Khan, since he's taken over as the head coach or as the GM of the team, has done a lot of stuff that is non-Steeler-like. All right, but this is not your dad's Pittsburgh Steelers.
There is no way.
Mozzie Smith is a part of the trade. Dude,
oh my God.
What a trade by Jerry Jones.
Jerry, I'm sorry. We doubted you, Jerry.
Jerry Jones just pulled off an ultimate fleece job. This is kind of like when Pau Gasol got traded to the Lakers, and they asked Stephen A. if they gave up too much for him. And he goes, no, they got rid of Kwame Brown.
Kwame Brown's an absolute boom. I'm sorry.
That's like Mozzie Smith being included in this deal. The Cowboys win this deal just by getting rid of Mozzie Smith.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, man, Darian, I think that the Steelers are doing things a little bit differently, all right? They're going out and making big splash moves for a receiver this offseason in DK Metcalf, right? They're waiting on a quarterback, all these different things, right? So, they've been doing a lot of different stuff that a lot of people would say is, quote-unquote, non-Steeler-like. So I don't know if that's necessarily reason to think that a trade won't happen for a receiver. Now, it might not happen, but I don't think it'll be because of that reason necessarily. Eric with a 2 says, I think we should unload Jonnu Smith. Listen, man, I am more than okay including Jonnu Smith in a trade. Send him back to Miami. I know they can't do that, but like, yeah, Jonnu, he's fine for what he is, but like, he's way too expensive. I think the Steelers gave him way too much money. I think they, frankly, play him on the field too often. Like, he's not a good route runner. We saw last week that he doesn't have terrific hands. What he is he's a pretty darn good yak threat as a tight end. All right, but they use him almost as a yak threat as a receiver, and I don't think that's...
Oh, my God. Cowboys actually might have fleeced. It wasn't their first round of this year.
It was their first rounder in 27?
Yes.
So the Jets have 3 firsts in 27 and 2 next year.
And they have a second.
And they have a second this upcoming year.
That actually might be a fleece job.
That's a hell of a trade by Jerry Jones, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like we
hate Jerry Jones.
We make fun of Jerry Jones all the time, and for a lot of the times, good reason.
But like,
by the way, we do have a Venmo.
Okay, yeah, I was just getting to these super chats.
Yeah. Eric says, I think, again, we just answered that question. But Nico coming in with a $5 Venmo. Shout out to, it's a PayPal, actually. Shout out to Nico. He says, now use, oh, never mind. That's the smart money tip. He says, pre-Steelers do nothing. Yeah, it's very possible that they don't do anything here. It really is possible that they don't do anything here because, frankly, if we get the product on defense that we got on Sunday versus the Colts, generally speaking, for the rest of the season, and we get the offense that has generally played very well this entire season, as constructed, this Steelers team can beat anybody in the NFL on any given Sunday. Now, are they the Super Bowl favorite right now? No. But, like, this is a team that can win a playoff game. This is a team that can win the division. Okay? Yeah. I think they're going to win this week versus the Los Angeles Chargers. I think they have a chance of beating the Bills at home because they can't defend the run, and the Steelers are pretty darn good on the ground. Like, I think that the Steelers have a pretty darn good chance of winning this division this year, again, if this defense holds up in the weeks to come, and if the offense doesn't completely fall off a cliff. So, would it be nice to add another element to this offense? 100%. But, like, is this a do or die, like, Super Bowl or bust if we get Juwan Jennings or Deebo Samuel today? Like, no, I don't think it's Super Bowl or bust. I think it's very interesting to see, what Omar's going to do. It certainly seems like he's working the phones quite a bit. And we'll just see what ends up happening. Just got a Venmo here.
Okay. Did you want to talk about the full trade?
Yeah, let's do that. So full trade details here. Quinnen Williams is on his way to Dallas. Play for the Dallas Cowboys. Also, keep your eye on Minkah Fitzpatrick. I mean, Dallas might not be done today. They're really loading up on defense. Quinnen Williams, they trade for Logan Wilson, a 7th-round pick to Cincinnati earlier today for him. They give up a 2nd-round pick next year to the Jets. So they'll have multiple firsts and multiple seconds, the Jets will next year. Then a 1st-round pick in 2027. So that is
their own. That
is significant, right? That is 3 first-round picks in 2027 for the Jets, which is just insane. And then you get Mozzie Smith. He sinks. I'm
sorry to say this, guys. I'm not sorry, actually. The Cowboys fleeced the Jets with this trade just for getting rid of Mozzie Smith. He's so bad.
Yeah, Mozzie's bad, dude. And honestly, Mozzie's going to make that Jets draft pick this year even better. Like, the Jets might be drafting number 1 overall this year, and they might have another 1st-round pick. Like, they're going to have so many opportunities to build up that team. And the thing is, I don't know, I don't know if I trust their GM. I don't know if I trust Aaron Glenn to build it up correctly. And I think it's just going to be another Jets failed rebuild with all these opportunities that they have. That might just be me, but that's the way I feel.
Okay.
All right, let's get to some Venmos here. We'll start with Dennis Tarr coming in with a $5 Venmo. Says trade a tight end to Green Bay for a wide receiver. Listen, man, Christian Watson is interesting. Romeo Doubs is interesting. Both those guys have played with Rodgers before. With Tucker Kraft being out, they could use a tight end. So it's an interesting idea, but Doubs has been so good for them this year.
Oh, we got a Ricky bomb.
So Ricky says the Jets have another big trade coming. This might be Garrett Wilson.
I think they're nuking it.
I think they're nuking it too. I can't say I agree with the way that they're nuking it. Like these are star level players, potential superstar players. Like you can make an argument. Sauce Gardner, Quinn Williams, Garrett Wilson are all superstars, and you're unloading superstar talent. All right, so unless you're getting and drafting superstar talent in the draft with these draft picks, this is going to look like one of the worst decisions ever and one of the worst deadlines ever. So, like, the pressure's on in New York right now, man. All right, I'm going to retweet this, actually, because this might be the Garrett Wilson move.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And
building the social right now.
And apparently the Steelers are really going in
on.
Are really going in on trades.
Is that from Ricky or? Just who did you see that from?
Ricky. Yeah, Ricky says, sounds like the Jets have another big trade incoming.
Oh, the Steelers.
Crazy day. No. Yeah, well, we're just hearing from Garofolo and Josh Palmer and Rappaport that they're making a lot of calls, right? So, Patrick Thomas coming in with a 10 says, fucking love this channel, man. Keep it up. And if the Steelers want to make a splash, they have to go get Reek Woolen and try to get their hands on Waddle with a first. Sounds like we might be getting a Garrett Wilson trade here pretty soon. And there's not a lot of teams left looking for receiver help. Like, you're looking at Buffalo, you're looking at Steelers, you're looking at – there's another team that I'm forgetting here. Broncos, thank
Falcons.
You. Maybe Falcons. So, crazy, man, crazy. But, when it comes to Reek Woolen, the way I would describe Reek is that he is a true press bail cover 3 corner. He's got good speed. He's got really long arms. He's very physical. But he's got really tight hips. And when he has to go man-to-man versus a shifty wide receiver that's a good route runner, he can get lost. So depending on the price tag, I don't know if I want Reek Woolen. Because if the Steelers are going to continue to play quarters, okay, and they played a lot of quarters, a lot more quarters than they played the entire season on Sunday versus the Colts, okay? If they continue to play that style of defense, where they're playing a lot of 2 high safety shells and they're trying to, keep everything in front of them, Darius Slay is actually a fit for that system. He won a Super Bowl with the Eagles in that system last year. A part of the reason why Slay was so bad to start this year is because of how much man coverage they were trusting him with. And frankly, he had a lot of coverage busts in zone. Okay, here we go.
We got someone?
Oh, never mind. I just saw the New York Jets are selling the farm, and I thought that was the Garrett Wilson trade.
Imagine Garrett Wilson, the Steeler.
I will shit my pants if we get Garrett Wilson.
Wilson or Jalen Waddle, a Steeler?
I mean, Garrett Wilson, just looking up his contract now, like he's another guy. He's another guy that just signed. He's another guy that just signed a brand new deal.
I'm going to read through some super chats while you do what you do here. Cody Greenwood with the 2 saying we can't sign vet QBs forever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Like, eventually you're going to have to draft a quarterback, eventually, or you have to find a reclamation project that's still relatively young, like maybe a C.J. Stroud down the road, or maybe a Bryce Young or something like that. Like, that's certainly possible, but, it's just the reality that most people get their star quarterbacks and their franchise quarterbacks via the draft, and that's just usually it happens in the first round. Now, obviously, there's a lot of busts and all this different stuff, and, whenever you take a quarterback in round 1, you're taking a risk. But, I think the Steelers are putting together a pretty darn good setup for a rookie quarterback and a young quarterback to come into and have success. And who knows, maybe that is Will Howard, who we've discussed pretty extensively on today's show. Maybe that's a different rookie. Maybe that's another reclamation project that they bring in. Who knows?
Noise Cars saying, just received word Jalen Waddle is coming. I mean, I hope you're right. I hope who your source is dead on.
Yeah, man. I mean, it would be electric. I mean, obviously, I would have my concerns, and it certainly comes with its set of risks. Because, if you get Jalen Waddle and then Rodgers retires, then you're in a little bit of a tight spot there because you can't spend that first round pick anymore on a quarterback, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see, man, if Omar pulls something off here. Whether it's Jalen Waddle, I'm starting to come around to the idea that Garrett Wilson could actually be a possibility here. We'll see, but Lil Yaya says Jets just traded Sauce to Indy.
They weren't done.
What the fuck? And they weren't done. Quinnen Williams. It's just a crazy move, man. Just a crazy move. Jets. I don't agree.
I don't agree with this.
I don't agree with the way the Jets are going about this rebuild. Like, if you got young superstar talent on your team, you don't trade those guys away. They have to be building blocks for you. And now, like, you're going to be relying on a lot of rookie talent moving forward.
Christopher Roy. Unfortunately, I don't think the Steelers make a move.
And by the way, this is probably a hot take. I'm okay with it if they don't. Okay, you have 12 draft picks in that next year in that scenario. Obviously, Rodgers likes MVS, and Roman's shown some good things here, and they use a lot of tight ends. And this offense is already performing at a top 15 level right now. Okay, so as constructed, if the defense continues to play well, and I think there's reason to believe that they will, and the offense keeps its current pace as an above-average NFL offense, you are going to be one of the more balanced teams in the National Football League, and you are going to have the best opportunity to win a playoff game probably since the 2017-2018 season, is what I'd say. And obviously that's a step forward from years past. So that's as constructed. Now, obviously, if you get another element and you add another element at receiver, and especially if you add another star player like a Garrett Wilson or a Jalen Waddle, like, we can start talking some crazy shit here. But in terms of like legitimate Super Bowl favorites types of conversations. But, as constructed, this is already a playoff team, in my opinion. This is already a team that can win games in the playoffs. So
we basically got kind of like an NBA trade for the Quinnen Williams. The Jets get the hire of the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks in 2027.
Breece Hall right now shows a tired emoji on his Twitter.
Yeah. Also, Tariq Woolen posted something on Twitter saying, like, just looking at his phone.
Yeah. By the way, maybe it's possible. By the way, that another big move here for the Jets is not Garrett Wilson. It could be Breece Hall. That's very possible.
That's a big move.
Yeah, that would be a big move. Like, Breece Hall's a big name. So, like, we'll see what the Jets end up doing here. But $5 from Sam's. Fans don't want to admit Howard is probably this team's Rudolph replacement. Let's get someone traitsy with a top pick. Thoughts on comp for Olave. If you want to get Olave, Sam's, it's probably going to be a second-round pick. That's probably what I'm looking at there. I mean, Olave is, like, when healthy, he's one of the best route runners in the league. He's got good hands. He's a former first-round pick for a reason. He's a really, really freaking good player. So, obviously, you would have to take on some concussion risk with him, but he's just such a good player, and I think they'd want a second-round pick for him. And, yeah, Howard is probably, I would say he's going to be like the solid backup type for you, and that's kind of like the way that I would want him to be. But I completely agree. You got to get somebody with a little bit more upside, in my opinion, if you want to find a guy that's going to be worthy of like a $50+, $60+ million contract somewhere down the road. And you got to have somebody that can elevate a team in that regard. And I just don't know if Howard has the upside to eventually get there. Eric says, everything you are saying about Howard, they said about Brady. No, not really.
Not really.
No. He says, not saying he's Brady. Just saying, I would still say the first round. By the way, I would love to be wrong. I'd love to be wrong about Will and for him to be a star-level player. And I'd love for him to be at the level of mastery of the game that Tom Brady was. But, like, the amount of quarterbacks that turn into Tom Brady, guys, especially in the 6th round, is just so low. And, like, I'm just playing the odds here, okay? Like, listen, man, I'm open to having my mind changed that Will Howard could be a star-level quarterback that wins Super Bowls, okay? I have my mind open to that. It's just, I don't see the high-end traits there. Now, Brady didn't have those, but he had other traits, okay? He had an elite mind, okay? He got the ball out extremely quickly. One of the best, if not the best, pre- and post-snap processor in the history of the game, maybe outside of Aaron Rodgers. He also had a really good arm. He also had the benefit of going to a team with a great defense right away in the Patriots. And frankly, Belichick carried Brady to those first couple of Super Bowls that he won. And then Brady eventually helped carry Belichick to a couple Super Bowls later on down in his career, right? So if Will Howard turns into Tom Brady, there'll be nobody in this world happier with that reality than me. I'm just telling you that the odds are not in the favor of that happening. Okay? Yeah. And I think it's fair to point that out. $65 or 65 SEK from Rez.
So about $6.
Says, if we get Waddle for a first round and a player, could the Steelers get a decent/good QB in day 2 of the draft or trade up with the picks? It's possible. They've got multiple draft picks to trade back up. If you want to trade your 2027 first round pick in like a second to move back up into the first, that's a possibility. That is something that's possible. It's just a lot harder to do that. And I just don't know if the Steelers necessarily want to do that. So we'll see what happens, Rez, but that's certainly a possibility. $2 from Adrian says, if Tomlin can't develop a QB, then why keep him? Well, Tomlin, I mean, he's part of the development for sure, but he's a defensive head coach, right? So really, when you have a defensive head coach, a big part of the quarterback development is on the offensive coordinator and on the quarterback's coach because the head coach really doesn't have a whole lot to do with the scheme and the game plan on offense every week. Obviously, Tomlin signs off on it, but it's Art's offense, and if we draft a quarterback, it's going to be on the OC to develop. Now, if this is a question in regards to Will Howard, I don't think there's many coaches in the league that can develop a 6th-round quarterback into a legitimate star QB. Like, it just doesn't happen all that often for a reason. So, I don't know if I put that on Tomlin if he can't turn Will Howard into a star quarterback, I don't think that's a fair...
What's the quote he always says? There's a fine line between squashing grapes.
And making wine, yeah, for sure. Okay, so... I just can't stop looking at my phone, man.
Me too.
I really... We're less than an hour and a half away before the trade deadline's over, and all this talk about the Steelers being in on Jalen Waddle is it's interesting for sure, man. It really is. It really is.
We did get an update to the Jets fire sale. Let me see where. Here we go. Wait, hold up. Wrong picture. But essentially, it's saying that Jets are not expecting to trade Breece Hall, and that's not the blockbuster move they're referring to.
So Ricky said that?
No, this is from Pelissero.
Okay, so Pelissero says that the Jets are not going to move Breece Hall. So that means either A, they're wrong, and they've been wrong before, right? They said that there was no way Jalen Ramsey would be coming to the Steelers like the day before he got traded to the Steelers, and Ricky was right. So, we'll see. But if this is Garrett Wilson, man, it's going to be interesting because obviously he has a connection with Rodgers, but he was very frustrated in New York last year with Rodgers at quarterback.
Maybe it was New York, though.
And maybe it was. I think Wilson was a little bit upset with the fact that they went out and got Devontae, and then Devontae really took over the number 1 receiving spot down the stretch. Yeah. And I don't know if Garrett would be super happy here in Pittsburgh because they paid all that money to DK, and I don't know if he would be getting the kinds of targets and the amount of looks that he's used to getting. So don't get me wrong, I would be jumping for joy on this channel if we trade for Garrett Wilson. It comes with its own set of question marks, and especially if you're giving up a first-round pick, that gives you a little bit or more, by the way. That's going to lead to some questions for sure. So let's get to some we got a lot of super chats that we got to get to, guys. If you put in your super chat a while ago, we will be getting to every super chat, guys. So just sit tight for me, please. If we haven't gotten to yours yet. But Hymnal Star, appreciate you, my man. $10 says, I'll trade you Darius Slay for a stick of used Mando deodorant. Get him out of here. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Listen, man. I think if the Steelers are going to play more quarters and more zone the way that they played on Sunday, Darius Slay, I think you could do worse than him as a weak link in the secondary. And I know that's not a popular thing to say because this fan base just hates Darius Slay, and I get it. Like he did not play. He has not played well this season, generally speaking. And even in that Colts game, he had some coverage busts. He had some bad plays, but he probably had his best game of the season versus the Colts. and that was for a reason, and that reason was they were playing a system and a scheme that he's more comfortable playing. And if they're going to continue playing that, then I think Slay could be a serviceable piece in this secondary. I don't know. I'm probably in the minority on that, but I'm not saying he's a good player anymore. I think mostly he's cooked. He can't play in man coverage. That's certainly clear at this point in time. You have to play a very zone-centric, a very man-match-centric offense if you're going to keep Darius Slay as a starter. But if someone's willing to give me a 7th-round pick for Darius, I would certainly let him go. Dylan with a 5 says, I'm 6'7".
Mr. 6'7".
Oh, Mr. 6'7". Is our wide receiver 2, top 10 tight end in the league.
Is that Darnell?
Yeah, he's talking about Darnell. Yeah, Darnell's great. I love Darnell. Now, he certainly he brings his own element, right? What I like about what the Steelers have right now is that they do have guys that bring different things. You got DK Metcalf, who's got his skill set as a bigger vertical threat and as a yak threat. Then you've got Calvin Austin as kind of a guy that can separate to all 3 levels, but he's undersized. Then you've got a guy in Roman Wilson who is showing some good things on film in terms of route running. He's got good speed. He's got good hands. He's showing promise. Then MVS is a true deep threat. Then in the tight end room, you've got a yak threat in Jonnu. You've got a possession kind of zone kind of guy in Pat Freiermuth. And then you got the big giant, just behemoth of a tight end in Darnell Washington. So I like the variety of skill sets here, and something that gets me excited about adding another piece at wide receiver is you can make it even more versatile if you do that. If you add a receiver here, especially a guy like Deebo Samuel, who could add another yak threat to your offense and a great run blocker and a screen threat and make your offense even more versatile, all that great stuff. So certainly part of what. Okay, so Rossini is saying right now the Jets' asking price for Breece Hall is a 3rd-round pick, and teams have yet to meet that price. So I guess there's conflicting reports on whether or not the Jets are open to trading him.
We never know, man.
Yeah.
It's trade deadline right now. We got an hour till the deadline. Christopher Roy saying trade a 2nd and a player for Waddle. We have like 4 3rd rounds. We can use those to trade.
It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough, Christopher. Or at least I highly doubt it. Here's the thing with Jalen Waddle, okay? He is under contract for 4 more years after this year. Okay, so not only does the team that potentially trades for him gets him this year, but you lock him up for the next half decade. And by the way, you're off the hook of the signing bonus on the contract that he signed this offseason. So you're getting him at a really good price tag over the next 5 years. A star-level player who's only 26 years old, one of the most electric playmakers in the game. All right, DK Metcalf, who was on an expiring contract at the time, went for a 2nd-round pick. All right, this is just a situation here where even though the Dolphins are embracing a fire sale and they're looking to rebuild all that stuff, Jalen Waddle is still the type of guy that can be a foundational building block for them. So in order for it to make sense for them to trade him, they have to get a haul. And that haul almost certainly has to include a 1st-round pick. Now, if the con artist can swindle Miami and get him for a 2nd and a player, if they land Jalen Waddle for a 2nd-round pick and Roman Wilson, holy fucking shit, that is an amazing trade by Omar Khan. Amazing trade. But I just don't see that going to be the case. I also don't think that's going to be the case, unfortunately. Lil Yaya, $5, says build for now and the future and have only 3 favorite QBs for the draft board. We always had our picks at QB, wide receiver, linebacker, and defensive end. Safety is tricky this year. Yeah, for sure. I don't disagree with really any of that right there. And that's kind of the way that Pittsburgh does business. Okay, one of the things that has translated over from Kevin Colbert to Omar Khan is that they always have an eye to the future, but they are trying to win now. And we see that with the comp pick strategy this year, loading up on all these picks. But at the same time, they're making moves for guys like Jalen Ramsey and DK Metcalf and bringing in Aaron Rodgers. They're trying to win now, but they're also setting the foundation to get these young players in this locker room and have that sustained success that the Steelers have been known for throughout their history. $5 from Breathing Black and Gold says trade a 1st for Jalen Waddle and draft Sam Levitt in the 2nd. Sam Levitt's not coming out, man. He just had a big injury. I I don't think he'd go in the second even if he came out.
Maybe the third.
So I think he's going back to school, and he could be a future first-round pick. If he comes back next year and he balls out, he could be a first-round pick. He's that talented. He's
the Steelers
a talented
really
runner.
Liked him.
Yeah, and the Steelers liked him. So maybe the plan is, hey, bring back Rodgers next year, then draft Sam Levitt in 2027. Maybe that's what their plan is. But yeah, man, there will be so many questions on my mind if they trade their first-round pick. Like, what exactly has Rodgers told them about next year if they're willing to give up, that chance, that opportunity to draft a quarterback next year? $2 from Noah says Watt and DK isn't good enough for stud Lazard.
No, it isn't.
Got to throw in the first-round pick too, man.
Yeah, maybe 2.
Yeah, throw in 2 firsts for Allen Lazard. Just ultimate Rodgers weapon, right? How crazy would it be, man, if they trade for Allen Lazard on the same day they sign MVS?
Rodgers' boys.
By the way, do we have something from Faribaugh on MVS from what Tomlin said today? Can you go hunting for that?
I can go hunting for
that. I think I saw something from Faribaugh on the MVS thing that Tomlin talked about today. $2 or $5 from Chuchi says, should we get another wide receiver along with MVS? I think if you can get one for the right price tag, it's always good to add versatility to your offense. And I think right now this is already an offense that's good enough to win at least a playoff game, potentially more. I think that this defense has hopefully found something with the changes that they have made, bringing in Kyle Duggar, moving Jalen Ramsey to safety, playing more too high safety coverage than they did at the beginning of the season. That seemed to really work. Blitzing less. They just went against, the best offense in the league to this point in the year, on a historic pace, and shut them down. And only gave up 10 points before garbage time. So if that defense plays that way the rest of the year, or at least something like that, and the offense continues to play at an above league average level, which, by the way, like, people talk about the Steelers offense like it still fucking stinks. Like, we need a receiver in order for it to get better. But, like, I don't think that's exactly the case. The way I'm viewing it is that this Steelers offense is already good enough, but if you can add another piece to it, it just makes it that much better. And, I think because of that, the Steelers are in a position where they don't have to be desperate and overpay for somebody, but, they could still absolutely add somebody, and it certainly seems like Omar Khan is working the phones right now. And we got a little bit over an hour for Omar to figure something out, and if he doesn't, I'm okay with it, man. Like, I know there'll be a tantrum being thrown on Steelers Twitter about how they're not making moves for a receiver or yada yada yada. But I look at I look at the team right now. Breece Hall wants to be traded, according to Jordan Schultz. That is a new report. Obviously, man, if you're getting rid of all of our best players, you're not going to be on a winning team for at least the next 2-3 years. Like, the Jets are like at least 2 or 3 years away from really competing. Getting rid of Wilson or getting rid of Sauce, getting rid of Williams. I don't blame Breece Hall. And by the way, Schultz definitely got that directly from the agent. Breece Hall wants to go. So we'll see that. Jeremy Fowler said, spotlight on the Jets in the final 75 minutes of the deadline after 2 massive deals. Teams say New York wants a second for Jermaine Johnson, who has expected to stay with the team. So we'll see if Jermaine Johnson ends up getting dealt. That could also be the big move that Ricky's talking about. And we haven't really heard anything about Garrett Wilson. Now, obviously, we didn't hear anything about Sauce Gardner either, so who knows, but in terms of the receiver move that the Steelers made this week, MVS is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. According to Adam Schefter, he says that the Steelers made an attempt to trade for Jacoby Myers today, but were outbid by the Jaguars. And I think that's right. I think the Steelers probably offered like a 5th. Maybe they offered just a 4th, and they weren't willing to give up a 4th and a 5th to outbid the Jags, and that's probably the way it goes. But Mike Tomlin today on MVS says he's just a practice squatter right now. So I probably wouldn't expect him to make the active roster this week. So we'll see how that goes. He says they will see how he learns and assesses his level of conditioning. Adds that Aaron Rodgers didn't push for them to sign him. quote, "It is not the Duggar discussion. He's just a practice squad guy right now." So that certainly points to the Steelers still looking for a receiver, right? Because if he's, quote unquote, just a practice squatter right now, you could theoretically, say, all right, and especially with the reports coming out from Schefter saying the Steelers tried to get Myers, the report from Palmer saying that the Steelers are still, on the phones working to get a deal done with somebody, with Rappaport and Garofolo saying that they're in on Jalen Waddle. Like, it's not over yet, guys. If you're hoping for a wide receiver trade, we still got an hour to go here. I still think there's a non-zero chance for sure that they end up trading for a receiver. Now, just to recap here, some of the big moves of the day. Quinnen Williams on his way to the Cowboys. Just a straight-up fire sale from the New York Jets today. Giving away both Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner. Can't say I agree with their strategy. Those are two star-level players that are very young and under contract for multiple years. I don't think you trade players like that. That's my personal philosophy. But apparently the Jets disagree with that philosophy, and we'll see if it pays off in the years to come. It's definitely going to be, once again, a multi-year rebuild in New York.
Yeah, tell me if you heard that before.
But then Rashid Shaheed gets traded to the Seahawks today in exchange for a 4th and a 5th round pick. I'm okay with the Steelers not getting Shaheed, honestly, guys. I think he wouldn't have added anything to this team. They already have a number of deep threats, and that's what Shaheed is really known for. He's an okay route runner, but he's not like an, oh my gosh, he's a crazy separator type of guy. He's undersized deep threat. We already have multiple of those on this team. No reason, in my opinion, to pay that price tag, which, by the way, goes out to around a 3rd-round value for Rashid Shaheed. And honestly, I think Shaheed is going to a great spot for him. Seattle is going to use him in the right way. It's going to open some shit up for JSN, and Shaheed should get a lot of opportunities as well because teams are going to focus in on taking away number 11. Then Sauce Gardner gets traded to the Colts. Just an absolute out-of-nowhere blockbuster move. 2 first-round picks to the New York Jets and Adonai Mitchell for one of the premier press man corners in the league going to Indianapolis. And I said this when the trade went down. I'll say it again. That is a statement being made by the Indianapolis Colts saying, we trust in Daniel Jones. He is our franchise quarterback. So I would expect them to give him a big extension here soon because they don't have the ability to take a first-round quarterback the next 2 years because they traded that ability away. So they certainly put in a big vote of confidence in Daniel Jones after he just had his worst performance of the season versus the Steelers' defense. And unfortunately, Steelers got outbid for Jacoby Myers today. And if you know anything about Omar Khan, he's somebody that sets his price, and he's usually not willing to pay more, unless it's for Mike Williams, apparently. But I don't know what the Steelers offered the Raiders. I'm guessing it was either just a straight-up 4th-round pick or maybe even a 5th-round pick, and they just weren't able to match the Jaguars' offer. Maybe the Steelers offered a 4th and a 7th, and the Raiders said, all right, Jaguars offered us a 4th and a 6th. Would you be willing to do a 4th and a 5th? And their answer was probably no to that. So they got outbid, and that's sometimes the way it goes. I know there's a lot of Steelers fans that would probably say, hey, fuck them picks. Let's just go get Jacoby Myers. Let's go win a championship with this guy. And I understand that philosophy, but at the same time, there's other options out there, and we'll see if Omar can get something done. Then Logan Wilson also on his way to the Cowboys early this morning, a 7th-round pick to Cincinnati to get Logan Wilson, a veteran inside linebacker, to Dallas. Definitely needed linebacker help in Dallas. They are down bad in that regard. So to get a veteran that knows what he's doing, I guess it's okay, but Wilson is definitely not a great player, in my opinion. All right, so now we get to Gary Frank. Back to your Super Chats. It says, if Rodgers plays any additional years, we are going to have to give him a Viagra before bed each night to keep him from rolling out of bed and hurting his arm. Oh, my Lord, Gary. This is a wild comment, dude.
Gary Frank.
This is a wild comment.
Love you, Gary, but wild.
Love you, dude. This is nuts. That's good shit. $2 from Christopher Roy says, hi, Jack. What about other positions but wide receiver? I mean, If they want to add depth at offensive line, I'm not opposed to it. If they want to add a corner, depending on the deal, I'm open to it. If they want to trade for another safety, like if Budda Baker is available and you land him, then by all means. But like, I don't see it happening. I think the Steelers right now are kind of on the phones looking for a receiver trade, and honestly, I don't know if they have enough time to work out a deal for a corner or an offensive lineman. So we'll see what happens. I've been surprised before. Last year they traded for Preston Smith when nobody expected them to trade for an edge rusher. So we'll see what happens there, but I would still say the heavy favorite is that if they make a trade with just an hour to go before the deadline, that could be a relatively big if. But if they make a trade, I think it would be for a wide receiver. $2 from Drawn XD says, Omar, finna cook, watch, trust the process. We'll see, man. I mean, there's some big names still out there that could be potentially got. Jalen Waddle, maybe Garrett Wilson. And, guys like even the big name guys, like put them aside. If they want to spend a day 3 pick on a guy, if they want a Jacoby Myers adjacent kind of player, you can get Juwan Jennings for maybe a 5th or 6th, maybe. Maybe you can get Michael Wilson from the Arizona Cardinals. Maybe you can get Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick. Who knows?
The next big thing saying we should trade up so we can get Ty Simpson.
I would love Ty Simpson, man.
Ty Simpson.
I would love Ty Simpson. He is the most pro-ready quarterback in college football, in my opinion. His ability to read the field, rip those dig routes over the middle of the field. He is fearless. He's got a gun on him. He can make plays happen out of structure. I'm a big fan of Ty Simpson, man. Honestly, I think he's QB1 in this class. I think he's going to end up being the first overall pick. So we'll see on that. $5 from Lieutenant Mac says, if we put Anderson in at guard due to injury, who replaces him in the jumbo? Get Joey Porter Jr. It's sore of a need. It's more of a need than you think. I don't know, man. I think that the secondary actually held up okay on Sunday, pretty darn well, actually. Like the Colts got a lot of their yardage guys in garbage time.
I think this on offense side of the ball.
People forget about that. The Steelers were playing like prevent defense at the end of the game. They were trading points for time run off the clock. Okay, that's the way that things went. They were winning 27-10. That's when the game ended. In the middle of the fourth quarter when you went up 3 scores. That's when the game was over. After that, it was just a bunch of yardage that the Steelers were trading points for yardage. Okay? So, I don't actually think that the secondary desperately needs somebody. Now, if they add somebody great, especially like Asante Samuel Jr., if they get somebody in free agency.
Yeah, this is Jackson Powers Johnson. This isn't about this is about the guard.
Oh, not the corner.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the last one.
I'm an idiot. Okay, yeah, so Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah.
Listen, man. It really does depend. To your point, Mac. Okay, to your point, it depends on how bad the injury is to Isaac Seumalo. If he's going to be missing multiple weeks with an injury, like you're right, the jumbo personnel packages are really important to this team, and adding a Jackson Powers Johnson can help you out in that regard, 100%. But what's the price tag on him? Number one. Number two, is the injury really that bad? I mean, Mike Tomlin made it seem like today that Seumalo's questionable this week, which would indicate it's not that bad. So, I'm all about getting depth there, and for the right price, if you can get Jackson Powers Johnson for a 7th-round pick, fucking pull that trigger right now. But if they're asking for a 4th-round pick or a 5th-round pick, that is, for somebody that's not even going to be a full-time starter for you this year, I don't know if that's another guy with concussion concerns. There is a point where the price tag gets too high for a Jackson Powers Johnson trade, in my opinion. If you can get him for a 6th or a 7th, I'm all in, okay? But there is a price there where, I'm out on a Jackson Powers Johnson trade. $5 from Autumn McCaddy. And by the way, to answer Mac's question, who will be the jumbo personnel tight end if it's not Spencer Anderson? And the answer to that question is either Ryan McCollum or Andrus Peat. And I understand why, you would be concerned with those two names. $5 from Autumn.
1 second.
Sounds
Waiting
good.
for the clock to go under 1.
Oh, man.
There we go.
All right.
We're under an hour.
60 minutes to go. Will Omar Khan pull something off here in the final hour? He already pulled off. I mean, it's already, like, even if they don't make a move here in the next hour, guys, I want to make abundantly clear it's been a successful deadline for the Steelers, in my opinion. Now,
yeah, Kyle Duggar is actually a sneaky trade.
Kyle Duggar has been a big addition to this team already, okay? And obviously, we're going to be looking back at this trade deadline in hindsight, and, like, if they come up short in the postseason, I'm sure people will look at, okay, so the Packers are signing a free agent wide receiver to their practice squad. Could that mean that a receiver is out the door here soon? We'll see.
We'll see.
But yeah, man, like I've been saying, this offense is already performing at a top 15 level. They have 4 receivers that they probably like the skill sets of quite a bit. But, it certainly sounds like Omar's working the phones. So I would probably put the chances of something happening, I'll put it at what, 50-50? Is that too high with just an hour left to go?
We'll see.
I feel pretty good about 50-50 chances that they make a trade here.
Autumn saying, what if the Steelers get Mekhi Lemon next year in the draft? That would be awesome. I think we touched a little bit on Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah, good receiver. Or is he? Wait, no.
That's a quarterback.
Yeah, he's a corner, right?
I think. Hold on, let me check.
Yeah.
Did we check it? I think that was the receiver. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was a receiver. You're making me question my.
Yeah, no, I was saying good receiver.
You're making me question my lemons here, man. Like, he's a very talented player, man. Right now, let me just check where he's at on the PFF big board. Right now, he's right up there, man. More of a slot guy than a big body outside dude, and like we already have quite a few. But I think Lemon could survive as a Z in the league. But really good player. He's right up there with guys like Jordan Tyson and Carnell Tate for the number 1 receiver in the class. So he's fantastic. Then we got another super chat here from Dom. Says, I say, F it, let's go get Jameson Williams. Why would the Lions trade Jameson Williams? They're considered Super Bowl contenders. Why would they trade him?
Don't know.
Unless he's got something going on in their locker room or they want to unload him, which I don't think is the case.
I don't think so.
I don't know, man. I know Jameson Williams has been a name that's been thrown out there kind of more in the offseason. I haven't heard his name lately, but yeah, Dom, I don't see Jameson Williams as a possibility at this point. But hey, I've been surprised before. $5 from Trent Lawson says, could Steelers sign Asante Samuel Jr. if Jalen Ramsey moves to safety? Well, it sounds like, according to Mike Tomlin today, Ramsey will be staying at safety. So that is something to keep in mind, which is, I think, a really good plan. If you want to play that split safety system that the Steelers played against the Colts, you have to have 2 safeties that can run defend. And that's exactly what they have in Jalen Ramsey and Kyle Duggar. And I think that's a big reason why they went out and got Kyle Duggar, is because they kind of realized we can't live in single high safety coverages as much as we are. We have to move to more of a 2 high safety structure defense. And in order to do that, we need a safety that can run defend. And that's what they got in Duggar. And that's what they have in Ramsey too. So Asante Samuel Jr., man, I'm all in on getting him. Okay, like that would be fantastic if he wants to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Darius Slay, I think he can be somewhat serviceable if they continue to play a lot of quarters like they did last week. That's the style of defense that they won a Super Bowl in, or that he won a Super Bowl in Philly last year. So if they continue to play this style of Fangio quarters and stuff like that, almost like a Saban-inspired defense, then okay. Yeah, that's certainly the case. We can move forward with him. But like, if you do want to play more man and you want to get more depth at corner, Asante Samuel Jr., man, he's a good player, inside outside versatile. Obviously comes from an NFL bloodline there, so would love to add Asante Samuel Jr. But I think that there's other teams that would give him more opportunities. So honestly, I don't think he comes to Pittsburgh. Then $2 from It's Direct says, let's trade for Pickett, D. Bush, and Artie Burns. Oh, yes, the three biggest busts in Pittsburgh Steelers history.
Hey, TJ Watt for all three. 1/3 of TJ Watt to all those teams. I saw something from Filipponi. Didn't know if we want to hit on that.
Well, he said, yeah, we can hit that. I don't know what I know he talked a little bit about Calvin Ridley, but I don't think he has any sources. $10 from Chuchi says Jonnu and Slay to Miami, reduce Waddle cost. Well, Jonnu can't go to Miami. The NFL rule is you can't trade a player back to a team, or if you trade a player away, you can't trade for that player 2 calendar years after you trade him away. So that's why Minka is not a possibility for the Steelers. That's why Jonnu is not a possibility for Miami. So, I honestly, I don't know if those two guys move the needle on the price tag that much. Like Miami, you have to realize as a rebuilding team, Miami, what they're looking for is as good of draft picks as they can possibly get. They don't give a shit about players, okay? What they want is the higher opportunities to get young players in the draft. That's what they're looking for. So, Jonnu Smith and Darius Slay, even if you could trade Jonnu, which you can't, but even if that was a possibility, those are 2 veteran players that don't help them in the future. So there's just no way that would reduce the price tag, Chuchi. So Freiermuth is a possibility. If they want to reduce the cost on Waddle, Freiermuth is a possibility. I will say that. But Jonnu is not. $5 from Lil Yaya says bigger need wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 1A, secondary, tight end, or linebacker. Your thoughts? I think the biggest need right now is it's not even like a true need. I would say it would be really nice to add another element to the Steelers wide receiver room. Okay? Like if you can add a big body route runner, like a Jawan Jennings, for example, or if you can add an electric route runner and deep threat like a Jalen Waddle or even a Calvin Ridley. Ridley fits that description too, even though he's older, but he certainly fits that description. I would say Waddle's hands are a bit better than Ridley's, but Ridley would be at a lower price tag probably. Don't think tight end is a need at all. I mean, you got one of the best tight end rooms in the league. Linebacker, Peyton Wilson, Patrick Queen, doing a pretty good job. Malik Harrison, I thought, did a pretty decent job as the third linebacker last week as well. So I don't think those are really needs. And then secondary, like if you want to add Asante Samuel Jr., if you want to even add like a Stephon Gilmore in free agency, I think you can do that. But if they want to stick with Darius Slay, honestly, with their current structure on defense, I think Slay can work here as a non-star level corner. But yeah, man, if you can add like a Deebo Samuel, a gadget guy that can really, expand the playbook, that would be something that's really fun here in Pittsburgh. He can run block like a motherfucker too, man. It wouldn't surprise me if they trade for Deebo Samuel. It wouldn't surprise me. Now, is he the most likely? I don't know. I mean, at this point, we're only 50 minutes away from not being able to make another trade, period. So, we'll see what the Steelers end up doing. I would say the most likely scenario at this point is that they probably don't make a move. But it still seems like Omar is scouring the landscape to see if there's something that fits what the Steelers want. $2 from CJS is Steelers trade Watt to Chat Sports for Jack Sperry.
I don't know if TJ Watt can cover the Steelers like you do.
He could. He could, man. He's forgotten more football than I can ever know. And then with Aaron Rodgers, like, holy cow. Like, that guy has forgotten more football than most Hall of Fame quarterbacks, right? Andrew Filipponi says, rumor, the Steelers reached out to the Cardinals about trading for Marvin Harrison Jr. The rumor is that the conversation didn't go very far. If rumor is true, I give the Steelers credit for taking a big swing. Again, this is just a rumor. So this is certainly him covering his ass multiple times saying this is just a rumor. But, he doesn't have to say that, because even if this was something where, he was saying, oh, yeah, the Steelers called the Cardinals, the report is the trade's not going to happen, right? Because he says in here that they were shut down, and for good reason. Marvin Harrison Jr. is a big part of the future there in Arizona. Now, I would say what's a possibility is that they could trade for Michael Wilson, or at least that could be a possibility of a discussion. he's kind of like that bigger body route runner type that we have been discussing all throughout this show. And he's young, 25 years old. He still has maybe a very bright future. He's a really good route runner, really solid hands as well. So somebody to keep your eye on. But honestly, I think the Cardinals probably keep him because he's a younger piece. Okay, let me see.
Let's see anything else. $2 from Jameson Perry. Can we please just pick up Asante Samuel Jr.? I think it'd be a great fit. I mean, what's the risk of picking up Asante Samuel? Nothing. He's a free agent.
He's a free agent. Now, he has to pick you, obviously. And, yeah. I think the biggest hurdle to that is not that the Steelers wouldn't want him. It would be that, obviously, if you bring him in, you're benching Slay. I'm not sure if the Steelers are necessarily looking to do that at this point. And I think Asante wants to go to a place where he's guaranteed a starting spot for the rest of the season. And there's a lot of CB-needy teams out there, man. So don't think he's going to be coming to Pittsburgh, but I'd love for him to join the Steelers defense. He'd just be another really good piece to add. We did get a report here from Tim Graham saying keep an eye on Deebo Samuel and or Von Miller to the Buffalo Bills. So it certainly seems like the Commanders are open to trading Deebo Samuel before the trade deadline, so keep that in mind. $2 from Jameson Perry, or never mind, $2 from Big Bang Pyro says, what do you think about Tyreek Woolen and a wide receiver? I don't think there will be multiple trades, guys, for sure. If there's going to be a trade, I think there will just be one. And I know it's popular to say on Steelers Twitter that they need a corner, but I don't think the Steelers feel like they need a corner. They like James Pierre as a backup option to Darius Slay if he doesn't work out. And frankly, Slay played his best game of the year versus the Colts. And it wasn't perfect, but with the new system of defense that they're running with more two high safety structures and they're playing quarters and, Darius is very, very comfortable in that kind of system. He won a Super Bowl last year playing in that kind of system. So I think the Steelers feel like, even though, hopefully maybe this will bite them in the ass down the road, but I feel like the Steelers feel like that Darius Slay can be functional as a starter on the outside in this new system that they're running here. $5 from Mikado. Just looked it up. Other than Purdy, 7th, Dak with a 4th, Darnold with a 3rd, Hurts with a 2nd. Any other worthwhile starting QBs who was a first rounder? Who wasn't? I think he's asking. Yeah. Who wasn't a first rounder?
Which is wrong, by the way. Darnold was a.
By the way, I'm a Howard truther. Yeah, it just doesn't happen very often, man. I think there's only been one quarterback in the history of the NFL picked in the 6th round that has made a Pro Bowl, an All-Pro, and won a Super Bowl. All 3 of those things, and the only person to do it is Tom Brady.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of guys that get taken that late that end up working out. And I hope he does. Will Howard is an awesome guy who works hard, who approaches it the right way. And if he ends up being the franchise quarterback of this team, I will be thrilled about that. I would be so happy to cheer for Will Howard for the next 20 years. I'm just telling you, man, that he didn't come in as a perfect prospect. I know people like to talk about John Gruden calling him Josh Allen, but frankly, that was irresponsible of John Gruden to say that he was Josh Allen. That is just fucking bullshit that he put that on Will Howard, because he's not Josh Allen. He's not a dynamic threat with his legs, all right? He's got a little bit of speed in a straight line, but he can't make guys miss or truck people the way that Josh Allen can. He doesn't have the crazy arm talent that Josh Allen has. He doesn't have the crazy out-of-structure playmaking ability that Josh Allen has. And, the only thing I can say is I like Will Howard, and I would love for him to work out. I just think that the Steelers probably are going to go in a different direction, and frankly, that's probably the best strategy at franchise quarterback. We'll see. $5 from Justin says Steelers look to keep the 12 picks for 26. Do we trust Omar with them? Yeah, I do. I mean, Omar doesn't have a perfect drafting record, but he's done pretty fucking good. All right? A lot of his picks have worked out. Now, there's still some guys that are up in the air. Roman, Broderick, trying to think of some other ones here. Joey Porter Jr. There's still some guys out there that, maybe aren't star-level players, but most of the players that Omar has drafted in the first 3 rounds in particular, where you're really banking on drafting future starter talent, Omar Khan, I mean, he's done pretty well. I mean, like most of those guys are starters. They just are. So, I think I do trust Omar with those picks. I do. He says, I think we need two first-round guys at corner and wide receiver outside of QB. What are our top needs? Obviously, wide receiver in the future. Obviously, cornerback in the future, because this is Slay's last year in the league, no matter what. So you're going to need another corner next year. Safety, potentially. Kyle Duggar's a free agent next year. So, if you want to move Jalen Ramsey back to corner, you could certainly go safety. Offensive line, Sayamalu is going to be a free agent next year. I don't think the Steelers bring him back. And those are kind of the ones that come to mind right now. Obviously, it's going to evolve and change, and we'll see what the moves the Steelers make next offseason. But, certainly wide receiver, safety, corner, those are and quarterback are kind of the big ones that they really need to address next offseason, in my opinion. $5 from Jagger, who says if they wouldn't trade for Jacoby, why would they trade for Waddle or Garrett?
I think different circumstances.
Yeah, different types of moves there, right? Because with Jacoby, and you have to remember, they're going to have their price on all of these guys, okay?
Yes.
So with a guy like Jacoby, he's a one-year rental for a veteran, okay? With Jalen Waddle, you're making a long-term investment in a young star player. With Jalen Waddle, you get 5 years of him under contract, including this year. So 4 more years after this year of pretty decent, and it's a decent contract for the Steelers because the Dolphins are still on the hook for his signing bonus.
And I will say this, too, is then that means you wouldn't have to address the wide receiver position. You could address it in the fourth and the later rounds for, like, slot guys or whatever you want.
Yeah.
But you don't have to invest heavy draft capital into a wide receiver.
Yeah, and if they trade for Jalen Waddle today or Garrett Wilson or whatever, they trade for like a big-name guy that's a long-term investment. Calvin Austin's gone next offseason.
You don't have to replace him. That is your replacement.
Exactly. So,
and I think that you can have a young quarterback or a veteran quarterback kind of come in and be fine in this system. Just because you have the pieces in place, you have the weapons in place, you're fine.
Right.
All you would need is a quarterback, which is still a lot. But, I mean, if we have Rodgers coming back another year, I know as much as Pittsburgh fans want this draft class or this draft to be the one where they pick their future in Pittsburgh, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, man, we'll just have to see what they do. And I think what Omar's approach is here is that this front office and their pro scouting department have come together with what they believe, what these players are worth in a trade. They're calling these teams to see what they're looking for. They let them know how much those players are worth to them, and they try and work out a deal. And if it's not going to work and if there's nothing there that, works for the Steelers, they're not going to pull the trigger on a trade. They don't necessarily feel desperate to make a deal today, I don't think. I think they like Calvin Austin III. They believe he's like a Tank Dell style of smaller receiver that can threaten to all 3 levels, yak threat, deep threat, intermediate threat with his route running. He's the best separator man-to-man on this team by far, honestly. And I think they like him. Then Roman Wilson has shown some promise and some flashes over the last few weeks. I think that they still think that he can be a contributor as a supplementary piece in this receiver room down the line. And they bring in MVS, who obviously still has a lot of speed, and he has chemistry with Rodgers. And it's not crazy to think that he'll make the active roster at some point here. But, adding another element to this wide receiver room would certainly be great. But you just have to remember that they've got different price tags on all these different guys that they'd be willing to pay. With a guy like Myers, who's 29 years old on an expiring deal, a 1-year rental, their price tag was probably like a 5th or 4th round pick. They weren't willing to give up a 2nd draft pick for him, and Jacksonville was, and that's how they get outbid. And then with a guy like Jalen Waddle, who's a long-term investment, they're more willing to give up higher draft capital because it is that longer-term investment. So that would be the reason why, Jagger. $2 from Chris says, Jack, trade Roman Wilson in a 3rd and a 5th for Waddle. It's not enough. It's not enough. Dude, if you had Jalen Waddle on your team and somebody offered you Roman Wilson, a 3rd-round pick and a 5th, are you taking that, Chris? Really? You really think that's a fair offer? for a guy that's under contract for 5 years, like, that's just not enough, Chris.
You could have Roman Wilson, though.
Now, if they pull this off, it's the ultimate fleece job of the century by Khan. So I would love this trade, Chris. It's just I don't think it's necessarily realistic because Waddle's value is much more than a third-round pick, in my opinion. $1 from FIFO. We appreciate you. Thank you, FIFO, for the one. $2 from Yinzer, Chicken Salad Jake. And he says, excuse me, you said I was crazy for what? Listen, man, listen, man, if they trade for Waddle, I was wrong. If they trade for Waddle, I was wrong, and I'll be happy that I was wrong. And Yinzer Jake, I will tell you on camera, I was wrong. You were right. And I will tell you that I am more than happy to be wrong on that because Jalen Waddle in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform would be absolutely electric. All right, now, before we get to the rest of our coverage here, we're now within the final hour of the NFL trade deadline hitting. So make sure you guys get to the hard-hitting football action with our friends at Prize Picks this football season. The weather might be changing, but the feeling of being right never gets old, so keep the season rolling on. Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. On Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go with the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app. You guys can take a look here at my Prize Picks projection for tonight, or for Sunday night football action. I'm going to take the more on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the more on rushing yards for Jalen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Justin Herbert. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup on the Prize Picks app today. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Do some recap of trades.
Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys. Jets doing a full-scale fire sale here. They traded Quinnen Williams. They get a second-round pick.
Monty Smith.
They get Kwame. They get the Kwame Brown of the NFL world. Second-round pick and a first-round pick back to the Jets. They're going to have 3 first-round picks in 2027. That is an absolute haul. But then Rashid Shaheed, deep threat, going to Seattle. Perfect fit between player and team. He's going to make their offense a lot better with JSN as their underneath intermediate route runner type. Rashid Shaheed taking the top off the defense. That offense is already the most explosive passing game in the league. It's only going to get crazier from here. I thought the Saints got good compensation back for him. Jacoby Myers, unfortunately, the Steelers got outbid for him today. I'm guessing the Steelers probably offered a 4th, but then the Jaguars probably tacked on a 6th, and the Steelers weren't willing to give up more than 1 draft pick, and they ended up getting outbid. And sometimes that happens in the National Football League, and that sucks. But maybe we'll see. We got about half an hour here for Omar Khan to pull something out and add a receiver to this room before the trade deadline. But then also the Cowboys weren't done today, trading for Logan Wilson earlier today, 7th-round pick. And then also, recapping what the Steelers did, they got Kyle Duggar. So, this might be the one move that the Steelers make before the NFL trade deadline in season. But even if this is the only move that the Steelers make, man, like, this is a good move. This is a move that, really can be seen as like a turning point in the season because it's allowed this team to play more 2 high safety coverages while still being able to defend the run, which is massive. Absolutely massive. And to get him for just a late-round pick swap, that is phenomenal value from Omar Khan. It's allowed this defense to potentially get back to like top 10, maybe even top 5 production in the second half of the season this year. And if that happens and the offense, even without a receiver move being made, continues to play at a top 15 level, you're looking at a team with like a top 10 or top 5 defense going into the playoffs with an above league average offense. And if you win the division, which could certainly still happen, you get a home playoff game. You never know, man. This Steelers team, I think, has what it takes already on the team to potentially make a run. And if they can make a move for a receiver here before the deadline, I think that helps their chances. But I don't think it's necessarily, like needed in order to make a run. Now, maybe some of you disagree with me on that. That's perfectly fine. I saw a report from Rappaport saying the Commanders, and I thought that they were going to make a trade, but the Commanders are signing Traylon Burks to their 53-man roster after originally signing him to the practice squad. So
I think he's just taking a spot. Maybe Debo's gone?
Is that a sign that Debo could be on his way out? Maybe. I guess we'll see. $5 from Alex L. says, let's go Steelers talk. Shout out to Alex, one of the real ones. $5 from Vagabond Abstract says Asante Samuel and Christian Wilkins on one-year prove-it deals, plus a fifth for Ridley, who says no. I would say the Titans might say no for a fifth for Ridley. I think they'd probably want at least a fourth for him. But we'll see. I mean, if you can get Ridley for a fifth, I think that's a fantastic value. Like, dude, Calvin Ridley at this point might be one of the more underrated receivers in the league, just because of the amount of speed he brings and the explosive route running that he brings to the table. He runs away from people, sprints away from people. So if you're looking for a route runner that can also separate deep, Calvin Ridley might be the guy. But we'll see if the Steelers come to the table on a deal for him. But Asante Samuel, Christian Wilkins, I don't know, man. Wilkins is dealing with an injury, and it was kind of a weird situation with Las Vegas where they wanted him to get another surgery, and he didn't want to do that. So I don't even know if Wilkins is healthy right now. And then Asante Samuel, I'd be perfectly fine getting Asante Samuel Jr. It's just I don't know if the Steelers are going to pursue a defensive back at this point. Then we got 5 from Michaela's mommy saying, F it, let's go get Brian Thomas Jr. or Roma Dunze, not like the Bears throw to him anyway.
Apparently his dad is being OBJ's dad right now, tweeting stats and seeing where he's wide open. So
yeah, I mean, Caleb Williams has just – he's been – I mean, he's probably the worst quarterback on a team. He's probably the worst quarterback on a team with at least 5 wins in the league.
Yeah,
I'd say
with a winning record,
probably with a winning record, honestly. Yeah, like that Bears team is fraudulent in my opinion. Now there's a lot of just so you guys know, a lot of Commanders insiders are saying Deebo Samuel could be traded.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now.
And we know that the Steelers were interested in Deebo back in 2024, Arthur Smith's first year here. All I'm going to say, man, is that he fits kind of what the Steelers offense is currently. I don't know if he adds the route running stuff that a lot of people want out of this receiver move, but in terms of what the Steelers already do well, talking about, underneath pass game, getting the ball out in space to your playmakers out in space, yak, all that stuff, I would say Deebo Samuel, fits that bill. Great run blocker. You can even use him as a running back. Put him next to Rodgers in the pony personnel, man. That would be fun. And I think, for the price tag of a 5th-round pick, it might be worth it. But we'll see. $2 from Carter says, with how he's being used, Jonnu's signing is confusing. Yeah, man, it's a little confusing. He's being used quite a bit. Like, he gets at least, three or four touches a game because they use him as a screen threat. But, he's just so meh. In my opinion, he's certainly not what he was last year. Beater. Certainly not what he was last year with Miami, but Arthur Smith loves him. He's not really a route runner, as evidenced by his drop last week. He's not much of a hands guy. Yeah, man, I don't understand the infatuation with Jonnu Smith personally. So hopefully, he continues to play better as the season goes on. But we'll see. But I like the tight end room as a whole. I like Darnell. I like Pat. And, Jonnu's fine for what he is. It's just, is he worth a top 10 tight end contract in the league? I don't know about that. $5 from Lieutenant Max says, think we could get Deebo to teach Sawyer his rush move. LOL. I think he's talking about Deebo as in James Harrison. Deebo. Yeah, not Deebo Samuel. Just so everyone's just so everyone's on the same page. And it'd be great. I don't think Sawyer is as strong as James Harrison is and was, but James Harrison was just known for those crazy workout videos back in the day. But Sawyer's a strong cat, man. I would love I would love for Debo to take on a little bit of a mentorship role there. $2 from Adrian says Omar makes a move at 359. I bet you $2.
Well,
I mean, we'll see. I'm not going to take the bet, Adrian, but I appreciate you. We'll see if how close this gets to. Okay.
Apparently, just saw a report saying
the
Jets.
Yeah, Connor Hughes, who covers the Jets, says spoke to a team that called the Jets recently about Garrett Wilson, and he said with Sauce Gardner dealt, feeling around the NFL is that he can be had.
Yeah.
But he also says not the case with Wilson. Conversations did not progress. He's untouchable. So essentially what this Jets reporter is saying is that with Sauce Gardner, the feeling was he could be dealt. With Garrett Wilson, he's untouchable. So if this report is to be believed, they are not going to be getting Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson is not available at this point, but who knows? Then $5 from Lil Yaya. Biggest draft bust, free agency bust, or trade bust in your opinion over the last decade? Who was the worst and why? Trading up for Devin Bush was pretty fucking bad. A linebacker that early in the draft, just I don't know, man. That one's pretty brutal.
What the?
Like I can't necessarily blame them for taking Kenny Pickett. The Pitt guy that falls to you in the first round. Obviously, I wasn't a big fan of Pickett coming out. I had a second-round grade on him. I was pretty pissed when they drafted him, but I wanted them to draft Malik Willis. That just shows. I mean, that probably wouldn't have worked out either. So, I don't blame the Steelers for drafting a quarterback at that stage, but I can blame the Steelers for trading up to go get a linebacker as early as they did in that draft for Devin Bush, who just turned out to be not good at all. So I'll probably go Devin Bush. $2 from Lester Holmes says, watch your language, Jack. I'm at work. Sorry, Lester.
Sorry, Lester. My bad.
My bad, Lester. Appreciate you watching the show from work today. $5 from Breathing Black and Gold says, I think Deonte Banks would be a good reclamation project for a late-round pick. What about you? He fucking stinks, dude. Right when I said, right when I said I was gonna watch my mouth, dude. Dude, Deonte Banks sucks. He does. If you think Darius Slay is bad, let me show you some tape on Deonte Banks, dude. This guy is terrible. Just ask any Giants fan. This guy can't cover anything. At least Darius Slay, if you put him in off coverage and you play quarters like the Steelers did against the Colts, and you kind of put him back there, and you don't try and play too much man coverage. At least Darius Slay can hold up somewhat decently. Deonte Banks can't do that. He is unplayable. I know he's a former first-round pick, highly touted guy out of Maryland. I liked him coming out, but he's just been an absolute disaster in the league. So no way am I trading for him right now. Maybe you bring him in as a backup in the offseason if he's a free agent, but right now I don't think they're going to do that. $2 from Pimpin' Hose. Says, breaking news, Pimpin' Hose traded to Pittsburgh. All right, congratulations to you, my friend.
Congratulations.
And there's a lot of people speculating
Debo
trade.
Yeah.
A lot of people speculating Debo trade. $5 from Adam says, I would say Debo or Ridley for a 4th and a 6th or 5th round pick with the way trades are going, or possibly DJ Moore. What do you say, Jack and Ponzi? DJ Moore, there's been a lot of reports about bad practice habits.
Ben Johnson apparently not running or meshing well with him.
Yeah, I don't know about DJ Moore, man. If we still had Justin Fields, I would definitely go get DJ Moore. Those two were electric for that one season they were together in Chicago. But and DJ's a very talented guy, but he has effort issues. And I don't know if I want to deal with that again. And also the Bears are 5-3. I don't know if they're selling players right now, right? They just traded for an edge rusher. They're buying at the deadline right now. So I would say Debo and Ridley are probably, among the more realistic options for sure. Debo, I would say, is probably worth a 5th round pick or so. Ridley, maybe a 4th. And we'll see if the con artist get something done here within the last half hour. $2 from Tariq says, who can we trade for Bobby Boucher?
No one.
Dude.
I'm not saying it.
Yeah, we can trade for Bobby Boucher's mother. How about that? But Bobby Boucher, what if we put him in the Steelers defense? That'd be insane, dude. You remember when Bobby Boucher came back and won the Bourbon Bowl, do you? Oh, man. All right. Well, just to kind of recap here, guys, 2 massive moves by the New York Jets. Quinnen Williams traded to the Dallas Cowboys in exchange for a second-round pick, a first-round pick, and Mozzie Smith. Then Sauce Gardner, the cornerback, elite star corner, gets traded to the Colts in a win-now move for Indianapolis. 2 first-round picks going back to New York, and a very talented wide receiver in Adonai Mitchell going to the Jets. I don't think I agree with the way the Jets are approaching this, Ponzi. I think when you have superstar caliber players on your team with multiple years left on their contracts and they're still young, you keep them on the team. All right, and then you build around those guys. Right now, they have nobody to build around. Who are they building around in New York right now? Garrett Wilson.
Justin Fields.
That's it. They have nobody on defense.
Well, they
have nobody on defense. They got Quincy Williams, who they're also trying to trade right now. Okay, so Jordan Schultz confirms. Teams have called, but the Jets are not interested in trading Garrett Wilson, per sources. So Garrett Wilson likely off the table here. If the Steelers make a really big move, it will probably be for Jalen Waddle. But as I've been saying about Waddle this entire process, guys, the price tag is going to be so astronomical. I just don't think the Steelers are going to be able to meet the price. I just don't. It's going to be a first-round pick and more. I just don't know if the Steelers want to do that.
We'll see.
Another receiver off the board, Rashid Shaheed, goes to the Seahawks, and a really good deal for both teams here, I think. The Saints get pretty decent return back. A 4th and a 5th round pick, that's around a 3rd round value for Rashid Shaheed, a true deep threat, kind of a one-trick pony. And then, I think that the Seahawks get somebody that elevates that offense. Kind of what the Steelers are looking for right now. They're looking for a complementary piece. I don't think Shaheed was a complementary piece here in Pittsburgh because we already have a lot of undersized deep threats, but the Seahawks don't. So to get him, I think it just makes sense for player and team there. Then Jacoby Myers. Unfortunately, the Steelers got outbid for him today. My guess is the Steelers probably offered a 4th round pick, but they weren't willing to give up the 2nd draft pick, and that's what ended up making the difference in the deal at the end of the day. That sucks. But I think a good poll question, Ponzi, in the coming days is, would you have given up a 4th and a 5th round pick for Jacoby Myers? And I think a lot of Steelers fans would have said yes. Because you got 12 picks. If you trade 2 of them, you still got 10. So, if you really think Jacoby Myers was your guy, why not give up that 2nd draft pick? You know what I'm saying? $2 from Justin says, Jets negligence screw up our 12 picks in 26. It doesn't screw it up, but with the Justin Fields one, he has to hit a certain amount of snaps in order for it to be, I believe it's a 4th round pick. Otherwise, it goes down to a 5th rounder, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's the 3rd. I can't remember because he made over $20 million. So if he gets a certain amount of snaps, it's going to be a certain pick. I can't remember the exact details on that, but you're still going to have 12 picks. Picks are not going to be taken away because Justin Fields isn't playing. That's not going to be what happens. It's just the pick won't be quite as good. $5 from Tyler. Appreciate you, my man. Thanks for the donation. By the way, you guys have just been just terrific. We got over 3,200 people in this chat room right now. Usually we don't have this many people in the chat.
Dave saying grab Breece Hall for a 3rd.
No, they're not going to get a running back.
I don't think they would give away their 3rd either.
Jalen Warren, in my opinion, is a top 10 running back in the game. He's your number 1. Then you got a really good number 2 right now, and Kenny Gainwell, that's really shown you some good things this year. And then you got the future already in house in Caleb Johnson. So really don't think that's going to happen. Pittsburgh Feelers, unbelievable name. $2 says no trade happening, fellas. It might not. And honestly, I'm okay if that happens. Okay, I'm not going to be one of these crybabies that goes out on Twitter and says, oh my gosh, the season is over if we don't get a receiver here. It's like, no, this is already a top 15 offense without that receiver. And the defense looks like they may have found something, and they may have actually put the pieces together to this puzzle on defense. And like this team, as it's currently constructed, in my opinion, is very capable of winning the division, having a home playoff game, and winning at least one playoff game. I truly believe that at this point. It would be great to add another receiver and another piece to this thing, but the Steelers are already, in my opinion, a pretty darn good football team as it stands. $5 again from Tyler says Breece Hall and Alan Lazard for a third and a sixth. Omar, I just don't think they're going to trade for a running back, guys. I know Breece Hall, electric name, really good player, killed the Steelers defense in week 1, of course. But also Alan Lazard, I just don't know what he would bring. Like he stinks. The only thing that he brings is chemistry with Aaron Rodgers. So. Yeah, I'm passing on that trade personally, Tyler, but I appreciate the super chat. $5 from Aaron says, get a wide receiver like Waddle or Ridley. I'll even go OBJ, although he has to sit 6 games before playing. So he's currently serving that suspension, Aaron. Talking about OBJ.
I think he has 4 more games?
He has, I think 3. Maybe.
3? Yeah.
He's got a couple.
That's crazy because I remember when that just came out.
He still has a few more, but even then, man, OBJ's not moving the needle either. Like he doesn't bring anything new necessarily to the receiver room. If they make a move for somebody, they make a move for somebody. But honestly, I feel like the Steelers are they're not in a mode where they feel like they have to be desperate because they got 4 receivers on their team that I think Aaron Rodgers feels really comfortable with. I mean, Rodgers has been absolutely glowing in his reports on Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin III this season. Of course, he loves DK Metcalf. And now he's adding a guy in MVS who he said just last week that he thinks can really still play. So obviously Rodgers is happy with what he's got.
Just under 20 minutes now before the trade deadline officially ends. Now, I will say, before, if this does happen, as long as the call is made into the league office or the paperwork is sent before 4, even if the trade processes for a little bit, the trade will still be made.
Yep.
So we could have some trades that are announced after the deadline.
Yeah, so we'll stay live for a little bit after the deadline officially passes because sometimes trades do come in after. But Omar's certainly cutting it close here. And the closer this thing gets to 0, the longer this thing goes, the more likely it is that the Steelers are standing pat.
Just making a blockbuster trade. Who knows?
I mean,
it'd have to be like Jalen Waddle worthy to take this long.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they get maybe they're putting in the paperwork right now to get Deebo Samuel. Who knows? We'll see. I could certainly see this team. I could certainly see this team adding somebody in these next 20 minutes, but it's also possible that they don't. They do like Calvin Austin III. They do like Roman Wilson. I don't know how many times I have to say that. There's a reason why they felt comfortable trading George Pickens. It's because they love DK Metcalf, obviously, as their 1, but then they love Calvin Austin III and Roman Wilson as supplementary pieces, and then they love their tight end room. So, I think they're very open to adding a receiver for the right price tag, but they're not going to do any. They've already done their research on these guys. They know how valuable these players and these receivers are to them. And if they can't get these players for that price tag, I don't think they feel like they're going to increase their offer for those guys. I just don't think that they feel the need to do that. We'll see at the end of the season if that's going to be something that they regret. But honestly, man, if they do go into the rest of the season with DK Metcalf at 1, Calvin Austin III at 2, Roman Wilson at 3, Marquez Valdes-Scantling as a 4 and as a true rotating deep threat. And then you got Ben Skoranek as the blocking guy, and then you've got Jonnu, you've got Muth, you've got Darnell, you've got Spencer Anderson, you've got Jalen Warren, you got Kenny Gainwell. This has been an offense to this point that's been a top 15 unit in the game. Without that receiver that apparently the Steelers need right now. But I don't think they need him.
Yeah.
It's more of a want than a need for me.
Who's their Trucker? Just says, just might as well trade Garrett Wilson since I got rid of Sauce and other key players, but they can still be loaded and still, but they can be loaded and still will lose next year. I mean, the Jets are just a fucking joke.
Yeah, man. I mean, if they're willing to let go of Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams, why wouldn't they be open to trading Garrett Wilson?
I don't know.
You know, I just don't get the thinking on that. Unless like Quinnen and Sauce like quietly behind the scenes are like, hey, can you please trade me? I mean, Garrett Wilson is in the same category to me as guys like Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. He's a young superstar player. So I don't get why you shut down trade talks for one of them, but you're willing to trade the others. It just doesn't make sense to me. $5 for Kirk Crater. Appreciate you on the Venmo. He says, I'm with you, Jack. Nothing happening. Sign Asante Samuel Jr., but no trades. I would love to sign Asante Samuel Jr. I think Steelers fans will be upset that the Steelers probably will not get him.
Yeah.
I think that there's other teams with more glaring needs at corner. Now, listen, man, I'm sure there's people in this chat that feel like Darius Slay is a glaring need at corner right now, and they got to replace him. But, like, Steelers defense played pretty well with Darius Slay getting a full workload on Sunday, and they have shifted their defensive philosophy to fit Darius Slay's skill set better. So, and look at this one. Brenton with it, too. It says Highsmith, Muth, and a third for Waddle. It's an interesting idea for sure.
I think it had to be like a second.
Yeah, because I think the big thing for Miami is that, you know, the premium for them is draft picks.
Yeah.
You know, they want an opportunity to get a really good player in exchange for Waddle. And, you know, Highsmith is great, and Muth is very solid, but, like, if you had a choice, if you're Miami and you're rebuilding and you have a chance between, like, if you had a choice between Highsmith, Muth, and a third, or a first-round pick and maybe another mid-round pick, I think if I'm Miami, I'm taking the picks. But that's just me. $2 from BKLS Sports 2009 says, you think Bears will make a move in the last 20? Yeah, I don't know, man. They already
last 13.
It sounded like the position that they were looking for was edge. Now maybe they make a move for a running back. You know, Ben Johnson can really scheme up a run game, man, and Breece Hall in that offense would be awesome. But we'll see what they do there.
Gary Frank, put Ponzi in uniform and let him chase the pickle juice jar. He'll get some points. I respect it. Yeah, I agree. I agree there.
Ponzi can be our route runner.
No,
Let's go.
I'm always the Jason Witten type in flag football.
By the way, we are now less than 100. We're less than $70 away from $500. We already passed 250. Our rule here, guys, if you don't know, is that we bang the gong for every time we get to 250. So this one's for 250, guys. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go.
Let's get a bang. Let's get a bang.
All right. Can we get a bang, man?
Can we get
a $100 super chat? We'll bang the gong again. But $5 from Jay Kula says, I understand that our O has been solid, but great teams always try and get better and have another edge. A trade for the right price may do that. This is exactly what I'm saying, Jay Kula. Like, I think for the right price, right? I think that's the Steelers' mentality. If they can find something for the right price, it can help them out. And I think that's exactly what the Steelers are doing. But last year, you kind of got into a desperate situation where you ended up paying a 5th-round pick for Mike Williams, and when he was probably worth a 7th, if that. And, you know, you lost out on a 5th-round pick and an opportunity to get a player because of that in the draft. And the Steelers are trying to keep up, you know, this kind of ability to not only try and win now, but also win in the future. And, you know, I think Andy Weidel, the assistant GM, has said it best, that we're in the picks business. And, you know, they want a lot of picks and they want more chances at the dartboard so that they can continue to fill this roster up with young talent in the years to come. So I think they are looking for a trade for the right price, and it's very possible that right price just never surfaces. $50 from Meach. This one's rolling in. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Meech with a 50, and now we're just
Actually, I think we already hit it.
No, we're at 490.
With Venmos, no?
Oh yeah, with Venmos, I think we did hit it. Okay. All right. Our second one of the day. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go. $500 on the show today. Thank you guys so much, man. We still got 10 minutes to go. Now I'm getting a Venmo. I'll send it your way.
Alrighty. Adrian saying MVS was a great pickup. We win the Super Bowl if the defense locks in. Yeah. You can't. There's no guarantees in the National Football League. But I think that this team has a shot to put themselves in contention. Yeah.
With the current group, okay, even without a potential wide receiver trade, I think MVS, he's got experience with Rodgers. He was very productive with New Orleans last year when he got some opportunities. This year he played a little bit for San Francisco, but they didn't really use him as a deep threat. They used him as like a check down option, someone to put into the flat if their downfield options weren't open. They didn't really use his speed. And I feel like the Steelers wouldn't make that mistake because Aaron Rodgers is here, and Aaron Rodgers knows exactly how to use MVS as a true deep threat. And another thing about MVS is I think he provides you two things. Number one, he provides you some insurance in case there's injuries, okay, because he can play both X and Z. So because he's big enough to play X, but he's also got the speed to play Z. So if DK goes down, obviously that would be detrimental to this football team, but at least you have somebody in MVS that can go out and play that position, where you got Isaiah Hodgins on the roster as well that can play X if you need him to. But then you've got Calvin and Roman as well. And then if Roman or Calvin goes down, MVS has the speed to replace their roles in the Steelers offense as well. And, if everybody's healthy, MVS can just be a rotational deep threat type of option. So it gives you a little bit of depth, but it also gives you some insurance in terms of injuries. And obviously he's got that connection with Aaron Rodgers. And he's been a Super Bowl winning player, two-time Super Bowl champion. He's caught a touchdown pass in a Super Bowl from Patrick Mahomes just 2 seasons ago, and then just last year with New Orleans, he was super productive, man. He was on pace to get like 800 yards if he would have put up the numbers that he put up in an 8-game stretch over a 17-game period. So he was balling out, man, and I think Rodgers would get him the football, and you guys know I am a fan of Calvin Austin III. You guys know I am a fan of Roman Wilson's skill set. Okay, obviously Roman still has a lot to prove, but Calvin, I think, is one of the more underrated receivers. So it sounds like the Dolphins are shutting down trade talks for Jalen Waddle. Connor Hughes says the Dolphins did listen to calls for Jalen Waddle. They wanted a first-round pick and more, I'm told. That was too rich for most receiver-needy teams. So it sounds like no Jalen Waddle. And that's pretty much what we told you from the very start here on Steelers
We did get
Talk.
our hopes up a little bit.
We did get our hopes up a little bit because apparently the Steelers were still in the market for him, and I'm sure the Steelers might have given up their first-round pick for him, but like first round and more, I think was just a price tag that was just going to be too much for these teams, including the Steelers. So we still got less than 10 minutes. It's looking more and more like the Steelers are going to stand pat today, and I'm okay with that.
I'm fine. I think honestly, the Kyle Duggar trade, I think, addressed a lot of the needs that they wanted to address with the safety position. I mean,
yeah, man,
it's underwhelming, sure, but like.
Yeah, it would be really nice to add, another piece and another, get another element added to this offense. It would have been nice. It would have been nice to have a big body route runner of some kind. But, I think the big reason why I'm okay with it is because the offense is already above league average. And, we've already seen this group, they have their identity. It's multiple tight ends, it's running the football, and it's quick passing. And it works. It's already working here in Pittsburgh. So Aaron Rodgers is a distributor. Obviously, the identity of this offense is its tight end packages. Really, there's only 2 starting positions when you look at the way the Steelers offense is structured. You've got DK Metcalf, and then you have another starting position. And the Steelers believe that Calvin Austin III is good enough to be that number 2 receiver. And, I think Calvin's shown a lot of good things on film again this year. Like, he's had some big games. He's come up in some big clutch moments. He's made some tough catches. Rodgers raves about Calvin and Roman for that matter. And then you add MVS to this group as a depth piece. But, I think a lot of people kind of view, the Steelers wide receiver room as, we need to have 3 bona fide starters. And it would be nice to have 3 bona fide starters, but in an offense that really only has 2 starting positions, I don't think that the Steelers are necessarily, desperate to get another receiver on this roster, which is probably a big reason why they went out and got MVS this week. $5 from Lil Yaya says Mount Washington has to improve as a pass catcher to be literally unguardable. On the Chiefs, he'd be tight end 1. On the Ravens, he'd be tight end 1. He's a real threat. Yeah, man, Darnell's is a really good player. Really good run blocker. Just throws DBs out of the way. Such a fun player to watch. And he's got good mitts, man. That catch that he made where he's running that crossing route, and then Rodgers puts it behind him, but he, contorts his body to be able to catch it. All right. So, little update here from Jordan Schultz. The Titans are not trading nose tackle T'Vondre Sweat after there was league-wide interest. And unless there's a last-minute trade here, man, it looks like the Steelers are going to stand pat and let the crying session commence on Steelers Twitter. $5 from Darian says, I agree with you guys. So whatever happens, happens. I said at the very beginning of this show, wide receiver was a want for me. It wasn't necessarily a need. Obviously, the key to the Steelers, a potential Steelers Super Bowl run, in my opinion, is the defense. If the defense plays the way that they did versus Indianapolis, as constructed, this Steelers team can beat anybody in the league. As constructed. And I truly believe that. So
apparently, Ricky's already signing off.
All right, Ricky's signing off, so I guess there's nothing else from our favorite People's Insider. $2 from Gary says, Sperry for president. I don't want to be president. I like this job. For sure, man. I appreciate you, Gary. $2 from Justin says, Jets can just jump us now with their fire sale for top guys. They're going to be drafting first overall anyway, Justin, so they're not even going to have to jump us at all for anything, right? So, unless you mean something else by that, but the Jets are going. Both of the Jets' draft picks, I think, are probably going to be ahead of the Steelers' draft pick. So there's no need to jump us in the draft. $2 from Gary says, I want to see the Watt belt from last year. LOL. We still have the belt. We can bring it back.
Huh.
Oh yeah. Well, how about this, Gary? We'll bring it back for Sunday. All right. We'll bring it back for Sunday. And frankly, I think this defense, after last week's performance, has deserved to bring back the belt. All right, I think they've deserved it. $2 from Chris says Dante Moncrief is the missing piece that we need. That's hilarious. All right, man, it's getting close. 2 minutes. I mean,
of course, if they
at this point, I don't think it's happening, and that's okay.
I don't think so either.
That's okay. I think that's okay. Do we have any more?
Nope. Wait, actually,
I think we have one more.
Couple more.
Kyle says, sends in a 2 for the win, or Waddle for the win. Looks like no Waddle, Kyle. Sorry to disappoint. Oh, last second trade, not the Steelers, but Trevor Penning. This does affect this week's matchup, though. Trevor Penning from the Saints is going to the Chargers.
No way.
So that makes things a little bit harder on the Steelers this week.
I mean, not really. I don't.
But
really
Penning's
Penning.
not awesome. So I'm sure that's probably a late round sort of thing there. So, interesting move. We'll probably cover that in the preview for sure. Literally at the buzzer.
There might be one or two trades maybe that come in after, but
yeah, we'll stay live as long as you guys keep super chatting. People in the chat saying fire Omar.
No,
it's not happening, dude. Go
Gary
pound sand. $5 from Gary. Appreciate you, Gary. He says Steelers won't get wide receiver just to justify GP trade.
This is Justin, $2.
Yeah, Justin, $2. Says Steelers won't get wide receiver, justify GP trade. I honestly, listen, man, I understand that a lot of people don't believe in Calvin Austin III, but I can't say this enough. The Steelers feel like he is a number 2 receiver. And obviously, I think he's just going to have to be more productive than what he has been in order to prove that to this fan base. I see the talent on film. He's a really good route runner. You want to talk about separation? He creates a lot of separation to all 3 levels of the field as a vertical threat, as an underneath threat, and as an intermediate threat. So shifty. He's so fast and quick out of his release. He's tough to press, and he's tough to get hands on. The skill set's there with Calvin. It really is. We got a couple of Venmos. I sent you the one from Elevate, right?
Yes. I'll hit that as soon as.
Cool. $2 from J1T says, what are some offseason moves you would want? It's a little too early for that, in my opinion, J1T.
Still got a Super Bowl to win.
I want to see what happens the rest of the year and see where we're at. But obviously, corner is going to be something that you got to address in the offseason. Obviously, wide receiver is going to be something that you probably take another look at for sure. Offensive line, specifically guard, is going to be something that you're going to have to address. And then safety might be something as well for sure. So, we'll see what ends up happening, who's available via trade, who ends up hitting the free agency market, who gets extended, all that stuff. It's just too early at this point to have this conversation because, listen, man, I think the Steelers have a legitimate chance this year. I really do believe that. $1 from Elevate LTs. And by the way, Jerry Dulac was right about something for the first time in his entire life. It seemed like in this. He said that the Steelers were going to sign MVS, and that was the only move they were going to make, and he was spot on that. Elevate LTs coming with a 1.
2 times, right?
He says, and honestly, DK has absolutely been a bummer. I don't know about that, man. He's had a lot of touchdowns this year. And by the way, this offense is way better this year than it was at any point during GP's tenure. Way better, okay? And obviously the team was tired of GP's antics. Obviously.
Yeah.
All right, he was late to meetings, he was late to practices, he was even late to some games. Obviously, with him balling out in Dallas, I'm happy for him, all that great stuff. But the Steelers wanted to get him out of their building and out of their culture. And I hate when I'm right, Ponzi, but I said a couple weeks ago the guy that they're going to add before the deadline is MVS, and he's going to be the guy. And I was hopeful that they were going to be able to add another guy in there, but looks like that's not going to be what happens.
Just do a trade recap.
Elevate LTs did put in another Venmo, by the way. He put in $1. He says, I honestly don't understand this coaching staff. We're going all in this season, but want to keep these damn draft picks. I honestly don't care about the picks. I care about Super Bowls, man. Well, listen, man. We just beat the number 1 team in the AFC. We had them beat midway through the fourth quarter with this team that is currently constructed the way that it is, and the offense didn't even play their best game. Yeah. Let that sink in. I mean, that game could have been a 3. Could have been just crazy, man. It could have been nuts.
Yeah.
It could have been 4 scores in that game if Darnell Washington catches that 4th down. If Kenneth Gainwell cuts up field and gets the first down on that 3rd and 11. If Roman doesn't fumble the football late in the game. That was not a great game from the offense. And we've seen them play a lot better. And that was still probably the best overall performance the Steelers had all season. what's exciting about this win versus the Colts last week, guys, is that there's even more that the Steelers can get moving forward. All right, we got one here, a Venmo. So listen, man, I still think that the Steelers are a team that's capable of making a Super Bowl run even without a receiver added today. I do believe that. Now, obviously, you have to get some injury luck, and if you're setting yourself up where if DK Metcalf gets injured, you're kind of fucked, which isn't fantastic.
Never good whenever that happens.
But like just on paper, this is an offense that is top 15 in the league, above league average. And then the defense just destroyed the best offense in the league coming into the week in the Indianapolis Colts. And I don't think that they're going to be slowing down. I think they've actually found some schematic fixes that are going to be sustainable for this team the rest of the season. And if that happens, that means that the Steelers defense is going to be one of the best in the league. And that means that the offense is going to be above league average. And Aaron Rodgers is playing really good football. That puts you in contention to beat anybody in this league, even without a wide receiver addition today. So that's where I'm at. If you disagree with me on that, you're more than free to do that. But I mean, we just saw this team, pretty much kill, the number one seed in the AFC just last week. So I'm not putting anything past the Steelers at this point. We got Daniel saying, "Go Steelers." Appreciate you, my man.
Daniel.
I'm not. Let the. The
floodgates are kind of coming.
I mean, on Steelers Twitter right now, there is it's just such an overreaction in my opinion, man. I understand wanting to add another receiver, but this is an offense that's built to distribute it to a bunch of different weapons. A lot of people are going to get, are going to get looks, and if there wasn't a good trade for the Steelers out there, then
and they already made one.
And they did make one really successful. And the one thing that I can say that I kind of wish the Steelers would have just, ponied up a little bit more was for Jacoby Myers.
Yeah.
If it costed a fourth and a fifth to get Jacoby Myers, that's worth it to me. That's the one thing that's the one decision that we kind of know that the Steelers were considering that they decided not to do that I probably would have done differently. I would have paid that extra price tag for Jacoby Myers. But at the end of the day, man, this is still a freaking good Steelers football team. And they proved that last week versus the Indianapolis Colts. And I think they're going to prove it yet again this week on Sunday Night Football in front of a national audience. Then we got Try, who said with a 5. He says, "We do not have the kind of offense to come back if needed against KC or Buffalo. If we play them, it's a circus trying to come back." Frankly, man, it's tough to come back against those teams if you get down, no matter who you have. If you added Jacoby Myers, if you get down by 2 scores to Kansas City or Buffalo, it's going to be tough to beat those teams anyway. All right? So, right now the Steelers, the way that they need to play, okay, they need to play the way that, the Eagles played last year. Great defense, solid offense, run the football, do that kind of shit. And, Philly's a team where if they go down 2 scores, they're screwed. Jalen Hurts, is not a come from behind quarterback, and they won a Super Bowl last year. No. You know what I'm saying? So, I hear your concern there, Trivy, and it's one of the reasons why I would have loved to add a nice piece to this room. I would have loved to add Jacoby Myers, but
I'm not mad about this.
The Chiefs are 5-4. The Buffalo Bills don't have a very good defense. I'm going to call right now, man. As long as the Steelers stay relatively healthy, I think they're going to beat Buffalo at home. I'm going to predict that right now. I know they got Josh Allen, and he's awesome. He really is. But I think this Steelers run game can keep up with Buffalo at home. I do. I might eat my words on that, but there's a very select few quarterbacks in this league that can come back from a multi-score deficit in the postseason against a team like Kansas City or Buffalo. And when you play those teams, the strategy from the start, whether you have Jacoby Myers or not, whether you have Rashid Shaheed or not, whether you have Calvin Ridley or not, is okay. we have to play 4 complete quarters. If we get down by 14 points, our chances of winning are going to be low no matter what your receiving core looks like, right? So you got to play your brand of football, and the Steelers' brand of football is methodical offense, run game, and then play great defense on the other side. And, I think this team is capable of doing that. I do. $5 from Ragu says, does Austin require double coverage? Not so. We need another threat. I mean, why most number 2 receivers don't require double coverage, Ragu? Like how many, like, listen, man, there's not a whole lot of wide receiver duos that demand a double look. Okay? I would say Cincinnati has one of those duos, and then I would say the Eagles have one of those duos. And that'd be
argue the Cowboys?
And yeah, the Cowboys. Okay, yeah. So there's 3 teams that have, a duo like that. To expect that out of Calvin. I mean, in this offense that is so tight end heavy that distributes the ball to running backs and tight ends as much as it does, like to say that you can't win with a number 2 receiver like Calvin Austin III, that's like saying, Tank Dell can't be, a number 2 receiver in this league. Tank Dell was awesome for the Houston Texans. I think that those two are very similar skill sets because Calvin can get open to the short, intermediate, and deep portions of the field. He's got better hands than people give him credit for. People just say he gets pressed on the line, which is just not true because he's so fast. He's really hard to press. Plus, he plays Z, which means he's not, at the line of scrimmage. He's a couple yards behind the line. He's a couple, steps behind the line of scrimmage. So he gets that he gets that release spacing. So, right now the Steelers rank in the top 15 in most major offensive categories. They're a top 15 offense in the league, an above-average NFL offense. And we went into this season understanding, guys, that the key to a Super Bowl was not going to be the offense, it was going to be the defense. And right now it seems like the Kyle Duggar trade, the one move that Omar Khan did make at this trade deadline, in season before the deadline passed, it seems to be a hit. And now you got Jalen Ramsey and Kyle Duggar. They're switching to a 2-high safety-based defense. They're blitzing less, which allows the quarterback to hold the ball for longer, which means more pass rush success with TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith and Derek Harmon. Like, I think if you're thinking that this is the end of the world or that we have to fire Omar Khan because he didn't trade for a receiver today, I think that it's an overreaction, frankly. And I'm going to try and keep a level head here, and I think that the Steelers are currently built to be a playoff team and to be a team that can win in the postseason. So that's where I'm at this point. Okay, now before we get into the rest of your Super Chats here and we wrap things up for today's show, I want to give you guys one final word here from our friends at Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action this season is just getting started, and it's even better with our friends at Prize Picks. The weather might be changing outside, but the feeling of being right never gets old. So keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. On Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, choose the Flex Play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the Power Play. No matter how you play, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app. You guys want to take a look here at my Prize Picks projection for Sunday Night Football this weekend between the Steelers and Chargers. I'm taking the more on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Justin Herbert. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup on the Prize Picks app today. It's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. $2 from my man Thick Clappa. Says, Sperry, do you still have my jersey from last year? I might, Thick Clappa, send me an email with what your jersey information was, your number, and then the name on the back of the jersey, and I'll check to see if we still have it. And then CJ Ross, $2, says, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike.
Oh, okay.
So is this something where it's like if the Steelers have like a great defense or something like that? But is this a response to me saying if they have this, then that? That's fine. I'm just saying, what the reality is. If the Steelers have a good defense this year and they play the way they did against Indianapolis, they can beat anybody in this league, period, including with the receiver room that they have right now. $2 from the Mikado says, slow deadline. DK hasn't missed hardly any games. Exactly. DK's been very reliably on the field his entire career. Now, obviously, an injury can happen at any moment, and we saw last year an injury to George Pickens completely derail this season. Really, last year, 2 injuries really helped derail the season for the Steelers. It was T.J. Watt getting injured versus the Eagles, and then it was George Pickens getting that hamstring injury. Those were 2 really, really big injuries that really contributed to the downward spiral at the end of the season. And then even when T.J. Watt, was playing on that bum ankle, he just wasn't the same player. And then when George Pickens came back later in the season, he wasn't the same player. So hopefully that injury bug doesn't strike here at the end of the season. Make sure you guys knock on wood for that. $2 from Trev says, if DK goes down, this team is screwed and over. If he's out for the season, man, this passing game isn't. I agree, and this is probably my biggest criticism of them not getting a Jacoby Myers or another receiver that could step in as a serviceable number 1 receiver if DK goes down. It's definitely the biggest criticism of the way that they've handled the wide receiver position this year in general. You had George Pickens on the roster, and if DK goes down, GP would have certainly been able to be the number 1 receiver. If you would have traded for Jacoby Myers, he probably would have been able to step in to be that number 1 receiver. But now, if DK goes down, you're going to have, a hodgepodge here of Calvin Austin III, who at best is a number 2 guy. Then you got Roman Wilson, who I'd say at best is a number 3 guy right now. And then you've got Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who is a wide receiver probably 4 at this point, maybe a 3 at the very most. And, if DK goes down, man, this season is definitely going to be hitting the skids. So the Steelers definitely playing with fire in that regard, and it's probably the biggest criticism I have with them not making a move here. $2 for Gary Frank. He says, Rodgers 2026. Okay. Rodgers 2026, yes, absolutely. If Rodgers wants to come back next year, I'm 100% okay with that. $5 from Tim Harris says, how confident are you in the Steeler defense this week? They were flat at best before the Indy game. Yeah, but what we have to realize, man, is that they completely kind of changed their philosophy this past week versus the Colts. Okay? You have to realize, it's kind of like the offense, right? First 3 weeks of the season, offense was very hit or miss, okay? They put up points against the Jets, yeah, but then Seattle and then New England, there were certainly stretches there where the offense wasn't looking good, especially the run offense. Then you make this shift to a jumbo personnel package offense with Spencer Anderson out there, and then, all of a sudden, it's a top 5 run game in the league. Now, what the Steelers did, and here's they get Kyle Duggar, and they put Jalen Ramsey at safety. And then with those 2 playing safety, what they do is they shift to a 2 high safety shell-based defense instead of a 1 high safety shell defense, which is what Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin usually run here in Pittsburgh. But the reason why they're comfortable running that 2 high safety shell more often than not with Jalen Ramsey and Kyle Duggar is because they're excellent run defenders. Both of them are. And they're really good tacklers. And what happens when you have 2 safeties that are really good run defenders is that you can put them in the run fit. And you can be a good run defense if you have 2 really good run defending safeties. And I think the Steelers figured that out. And then when you play with a 2 high safety shell, you don't have to do crazy post-snap rotations to be ambiguous to an opposing offense.
And they rush 4.
And they can rush 4. So they can run quarters, or they can run palms, or they can run Tampa 2 without rotating post-snap. And they can run, and if they do want to rotate post-snap, it's very easy to do so. Just put down one of the safeties into a hook zone in cover 3. All right, you can play man and play cover 1 robber out of that look. You can do a lot of different things from the 2 high shell that the Steelers showed a majority of the time versus the Colts on Sunday. And that is a major shift for what the Steelers are going to do defensively moving forward. And you guys saw what it did to the best offense in the league. It shut them down. They had 10 points before garbage time. And they had the game wrapped up by the midway point of the fourth quarter.
I know they
offense
made a late push, but
yeah, and the offense didn't even play that good of a game. So as long as Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin stay on the path that they started on in the Indianapolis game, it's reasonable to think that this defense will be pretty freaking good down the stretch. And that's going to be the hope, and that's the expectation right now. So we'll see. Let's see. We got
$2 from Gary Frank. I love the hat, Jack. Where can I get one?
this one. I got this one on Fanatics. I don't know if they still sell it, but just go to Fanatics and look up the Steelers hats that they have there if you want one.
CL Roses with the 5, and I believe another 5, but the same message. The Pittsburgh Steelers are 11-12 in the month of December since 2020. Why do we squash grapes to end our seasons, in your opinion?
Listen, man. Yeah, this includes, you have to realize that this includes 2 late season collapses, both in 2020, where they started off that incredible winning streak to start the season, and then they just completely bottomed out at the end of the season when Ben's arm got shot. And then, obviously, you got last year's collapse where you lose 5 of your last 6. So, there's been seasons where the Steelers have finished the season strong. Look at 2022. Remember, I think they won like 6 of their last 7, something like that. I think they won 7 of their last 9 down the stretch, and they nearly made the playoffs. That was the season where it looked like Tomlin was really going to have his first losing season. They were terrible midway through the year because TJ Watt was out for a majority of the season. And then Watt comes back, and, they keep winning these games down the stretch, and they end up finishing 9-8 that season. But, I think a big reason why the seasons have ended the way that they have in these collapse situations is because I think a big reason for it is that the defense is on the field too much. And I think that to start this season, that has been the case. The Steelers defense has been on the field, I think, for the most plays and for the most amount of game clock out of any defense in the league. So, obviously, they're going to have to play more like they did against Indianapolis if they want to reduce that and keep these guys fresher heading into the end of season scenario. But also, I think a big reason for losing in the playoffs and not finishing season strong, CL Rose, I hope I'm saying that right, is you don't have the offense to get the job done. I mean, you haven't had a top 25 offense in Pittsburgh in a very long time. Very long time. This year you have a top 15 offense right now, and I think a lot of people were hoping that you get a Jacoby Myers or you get a Calvin Ridley or someone of that line, and you can get into the top 10 category, and then that could really make you dangerous, right? And I understand that thinking, and I share some of those sentiments. I would have really loved to add a wide receiver today. But, if this defense plays an elite brand of football like what we saw from the Indianapolis game this past week, and the offense continues on their current trajectory. In fact, I think this offense is built to play better as the game goes on, or as the season goes on. We could be looking at a team that could be very dangerous in the AFC and could beat anybody in this league on any given Sunday. $3 from Elevate LTs with 3 separate Venmos here. Let me just rattle these off and see what he had to say. Let me get these dialed up for you, my friend. He says, do you think when Chuck Trash Clark comes back, we are going to take Kyle Duggar out for him because that would be a Mike Tomlin classic? I don't. I think part of the reason why they got Kyle Duggar is because they realized Chuck Clark and Juan Thornhill weren't getting the job done. And they couldn't play the way they wanted to play on defense with those 2 at safety. And they knew they had to make a big change at that position. And they did. They put Jalen Ramsey there, who was phenomenal. And then Kyle Duggar, you bring him in on a really good deal for the team. Just a 6th and 7th round pick swap for a guy that has a ton of experience, physical downhill run defending safety. And then to have the plan to have those guys, those physical safeties, Ramsey and Duggar, be kind of split field quarters style safeties that can be implemented into the run fit. I think it was a genius plan by Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin, to be completely honest with you guys. I think it was an awesome plan. And I think it's going to completely change this Steelers season on the defensive side of the ball. And I think this team is only going to get better as the season goes on. I still have faith and hope in that. And I think that's a reasonable expectation at this point in time. Do we have any more Super Chats?
That's it.
All right, that's it, guys. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours here, guys, so we're going to call it a day. We really do appreciate all of your guys' support. We're going to get to work on a PM post-deadline video that's going to be coming out later in the evening. I'll talk about the reports that came out today about the Steelers getting really close to trading for Jacoby Myers, why that's disappointing, why they didn't pull the trigger, and then also why it's not necessarily the end of the season that you didn't make a move today. So we'll have a full slate of news and rumors later in today's coverage. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button and turn on those notifications for the very latest surrounding the black and gold. And until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers.